O, fa chroeso cynnes i gyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr ym mis Mai hwn. Da ni yma yn unol ar arfer yn Llandudno yn Fenyw Cymru. Croeso cynnes i chi os ydych chi yma efo ni yn y lleoliad, neu os ydych chi'n ymuno ni yn fyw ar-lein, neu yn wir os ydych chi yn gwrando ar recordiad o'r cyfarfod. Dwi'n gwybod bod rhai pobl yn gwneud hynny gan gynnwys aelodau staff, felly diolch i chi am ymuno â ni. Mae gen ni raglen lawn yn unol ar arfer. Jyst eisiau nodi ar gyfer y cyfarfod bod dim bwriad i cael ymarfer tân, felly os oes yna larwm tân yna, dyn ni'n mynd allan yn dilyn yr arwyddion yma ac yn ymgynnull tu allan yr adeilad. Dwi eisiau nodi rhai ymddiheiriadau heddiw. Mae Paolo yn ymddiheirio a yn sicr mae Camela yma ac efallai Geraint hefyd, ond mae Camela yma a mae Dylan Roberts hefyd yn ymddiheirio. A dwi eisiau croesawu yn ffurfiol Temina i cyfarfod bwrdd cyntaf o Temina yma yn ein cyfarfod diwetha yn gynulleidfa mwyn cael blas o'r cyfarfod a bellach mae hi yn y swydd ac yn gweithio'n galed ac yn brwdfrydig a dyn ni'n ofnadwy o falch o'i croesawu hi yma efo ni, felly croeso cynnes Temina. Dyna cyfan o'r ymddiheiriadau. Dwi yn awyddus i nodi un peth heddiw. Tra bod ni'n cyfarfod heddiw, mae yna achlysur arall yn digwydd pnawn yma yn y pentre Dyserth. Mi ddangladd Mike Peters pnawn yma yn digwydd, a dwi'n cyfeirio at Mike Peters nid dim ond oherwydd ei fod o'n ddyn sydd wedi cyfrannu yn helaeth i'r byd cerddoriaeth wrth gwrs drwy'r grŵp yr Alarm, hefyd yn gefnogwr pêl-droed brwd Cymru a Manchester United hefyd, fel mae'n digwydd, ar Exam. Mike hefyd wedi bod yn bencampwr dros y Gymraeg, ddim yn rhugl yn y Gymraeg ei hun, recordiodd album yn llwyr yn y Gymraeg, yn wych iawn rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl. A fel fydd rhai ohonych chi'n ymwybodol, fydd Mike yn dioddau o canser am blynyddoedd hir, ond be nath Mike a'i wraig Jules a'r teulu oedd fod yn bencampwyr dros yr NHS. Codi miloedd ar filoedd ar filoedd o arian drwy'r elusen, cariad, gobaith a nerth. Ac dwi'n meddwl bod heddiw yn ein cyfarfod bwrdd yn gyfle i ni dalu teyrnged i Mike a Jules a'r teulu ac gyrru ein cofio atyn nhw, ond hefyd i ddiolch i Mike a'r teulu fod yn bencampwyr dros y gwasanaeth iechyd ac am yr holl waith nathon nhw yn ystod cyfnod heriol iawn o ddefnyddio'r cyfle gyda sefyllfa o salwch, ond defnyddio'r cyfle i godi miloedd ar filoedd o arian at y gwasanaeth iechyd, ac mae hynny wedi bod yn gymorth ymarferol i ni yma yn y gogledd. Felly roedd i'n meddwl oedd yn addas i ni nodi hynny, y digwyddiad yna wrth gwrs pnawn yma, a dyn ni'n gyrru'n cyfarchan y cofion at y teulu a'r cyfeillion. Gyda hynny, awn ni ymlaen at ein rhaglen, ac mae gennym ni amrywiaeth o raglen yn unol ar arfer rhai materion sydd yn safonol i bob cyfarfod bwrdd bron ac yna materion ychwanegol fel petai. Yr eitem gyntaf felly, eitem datganiadau o fuddiant sydd yn ymwneud â'r agenda. Unrhyw un yn awyddus i ddatgan buddiant nad sydd wedi cofrestru'n barod neu eisiau tynnu sylw at buddiant sydd wedi cofrestru unrhyw un. Nag oes, diolch yn fawr iawn. Cofnodion y cyfarfod blaenorol yw'r eitem nesaf a'r cyfarfod yna ddigwyddodd 7 o Fawrth. Di pawb yn hapus gyda'r cofnodion ys gwelwch yn dda? Iawn, diolch. Yna camau gweithredu. Yna gofnod o'r camau gweithredu. Ydy pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y camau gweithredu, ac yna oes yna unrhyw fater dyn ni yn awyddus i godi.
Gareth? Just to say, I think it is a bit disappointing that it's taken so long to get any information. I know it's not internal to the health board, but about the medical examiners issue, because I'm aware there's a lot of adverse comment, in the media and in the Senedd, and more importantly, a lot of very unhappy people. So it would be useful if we can. I appreciate it's not within our gift because it's an external service, but it would be useful to have an update on that soon.
Carol, any comments on that, please?
Yeah, thanks. So last week, Chief Execs at the NHS Leadership Board had an update from the lead medical examiner around some of the actions that they are proposing to take. One of the issues has been really a co-location of medical examiners at the hospital, so they're exploring that so that as we prepare for winter, I think they will be better prepared. So that was the message that we got, and we'll keep connecting with it, Gareth.
Thank you.
Iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Os oes yna ddatblygiadau gyda hynny, wnawn ni rannu hynny ymysg aelodau'r bwrdd, felly dyn ni'n ymwybodol o'r rhwystrau sydd wedi bod. Pawb yn hapus? Iawn, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesaf, felly yr eitem profiad, fel mae'n cael ei alw erbyn hyn, ac dwi'n droi at Angela, dwi'n meddwl, i gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Diolch yn iawn, Angela.
Yeah. So this patient story is around child adolescent mental health services and developments that have been undertaken to support children and young people in crisis. The experiences of patients and of family have been referenced in the story, and it identifies our new alternatives to admission hub has been developed in the central area of the health board, supporting Ysbyty Bronflwyd and emergency department. I was very honoured to be able to open it officially a few months ago, and it really is an amazing place for young people to access. So we'll hear from the families and young people.
Ie, croeso chi symud os ydych chi eisiau gweld y sgrin tu ôl i chi. Mae yna ddwy yn does, felly os ydych chi eisiau symud, croeso chi wneud.
My daughter struggles with mental health difficulties. The problem with waiting a long time for a mental health diagnosis is the lack of available support to the family. The lack of support at the right time led to self-harming behaviour and many suicide attempts. This included waits for crisis care, and everything seemed to happen too late. Being in the emergency department would send my daughter absolutely on the ceiling, and her anxiety would be so heightened. She would just fight. She'd feel worse about herself because she didn't want to be there, but we didn't know what else to do. Being admitted to the ward was not always helpful, and there were experiences where they kept my daughter in overnight in order to see a clinician the next day. Sometimes she could wait longer. I think there should be better spaces or alternative spaces within the emergency department for young persons' crisis care support. I think there should be supportive pathways for children and young people experiencing mental health difficulties, and how young people are received into services in the emergency department. I also think there should be supportive and informed crisis management planning for families.
When I visited emergency departments when I was in a mental health crisis, it was scary because you don't really want to be going there. The main thing for me was that they didn't really understand what was happening with me. I felt like I just needed someone to listen to me, whereas they have a procedure that they need to follow. They don't know what to say to you because it's not their field of expertise. By that point, I would be getting frustrated. I just wanted to leave. And I'd get really anxious and it would make my thoughts and things worse. It would be like all my negative feelings would get worse, feeling like I'm not being listened to and nobody understands.
Following a successful bid to Welsh Government in 2023, funding was awarded to develop and deliver an alternatives to admission scheme within Central Integrated Health Community. Not all young people in crisis require support through the emergency department. The services delivered by the Central and Scheduled Care Team will operate 7 days per week, delivering extended hours of operation until 9 p.m. The service went live in December 2024 with an official launch that took place on the 14th of February 2025. An A2A hub located on the grounds of the Royal Alexandra Hospital in Rhyl was co-designed with children and young people, parents and carers, and based upon trauma information environments guidance. The hub comprises of an open plan lounge, dining area, kitchen and toilets. 3 private consultation rooms, each designed for a specific theme and function. Office space to accommodate staff. Self-soothe resources for children and young people to take home. And also a library of books, printed resources and signposting information. The hub is fully equipped to offer children and young people a safe and comfortable environment to receive timely crisis intervention. The Royal Alexandra Hospital site was chosen as a location to host the A2A hub because the CAM service is based in the Royal Alexandra Hospital. It's also close proximity to a Ysbyty Glan-Clwyd emergency department, giving a quick transfer to the acute hospital site if required. The hub is in a central location to where people can get public transport, and it also supported the geographical demand in children and young people accessing mental health services.
From a staff perspective, it has been a pleasure to work in a non-clinical environment. The atmosphere in the A2A building fostering a peaceful, calm space which reflects how both staff and young people feel when in the building. The feedback from the young people has been very positive and the work being undertaken beneficial. Being able to offer this daily, if needed, is helpful in times of crisis and is definitely helping to keep young people from attending the emergency department. Young people report feeling safe, supported and able to keep themselves safe in between visits to the A2A building easier.
As a new practitioner, I've really enjoyed working in the A2A hub. Being able to support young people who are in crisis has been very rewarding. A2A has really provided us with a safe place to offer support to avoid admissions to the ward, and this has been such a paramount thing for us as an unscheduled care team. It has provided us with a more efficient area to be able to conduct our care and support and be able to tailor it to the needs of the young person. Families have also been very thankful and shared their hopes that A2A remains a staple for the crisis team. I feel not only has it made a huge difference for the young people, but also for the staff that now have a well-established area they can work from. I have been honoured to be part of such an excellent improvement in healthcare.
Diolch am y fideo.
Thank you. I think it's a really innovative piece of work that's been undertaken here. It's making such a difference to children. We're just collating the information at the moment to do the evaluation of how many admissions it's stopped, what kind of increased experiences that people have had. And we do want to try and replicate it on our other areas to allow us to have an equal access across the whole of Betsy Cadwaladr. But it's something that is really a flagship for us in CAMS Care at the moment.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Diolch am y cyflwyniad yna. Dwi'n siŵr bod yna gwestiynau ac ambell i bwynt. Mae Fawn, dwi'n gwybod, yn ymwneud â'r gwaith yma o ddydd i ddydd a isio mynegu rhywbeth. Fawn?
Ie, dwi'n falch i gwe. Diolch, o'r sylw. Mae hwn yn mynd i edrych i ehangu hwn os yn bosib ar draws y gogledd. Mae'n anghysondeb sylweddol pan da ni'n edrych ar y gwasanaeth. A hefyd, ella dau bwynt i ychwanegu i'r gwaith sydd yn mynd i fod yn reit trosolwg o llwyddiant y prosiect yma ydy i edrych i cael staff a wedi dod â lleol ella'n dod i mewn i'r hybiau ychwanegu gwerth. A hefyd, ella bod ni'n symud o'r wrth y gair y crisis. Mae'n ei hwyr erbyn hynny, ella bod ni'n edrych ar yr gwaith ymyrraeth cynnar a sut da ni'n cael bobl ifanc i ddarparu'n well i ddod i ddelio efo trauma yn ei bywydau. Felly, prosiect gwych, ond mae'n bwysig bod ni'n adolygu fo ac ella bod ni'n cynnwys mwy o partneriaid i fewn i'r hwb i medru ehangu'r cynnig digwydd i fwy o blant cyn bod nhw'n hitio crisis. Ond gwych, diolch.
Ac oedd yn taro fi o wylio'r fideo ar hyn oedd yn cael ei fynegu oedd pryd mae'r daith yna'n dechrau, fel y ti'n dweud rwan, pryd mae'r allan os o beth da ni'n gwybod rwan ydy bod cenhedlaeth yma o bobl ifanc o wynebu heriau sylweddol iawn o oed ifanc iawn. A felly mae yna rhywbeth o fod yn yr ymyrraeth gynnar yna i fod yn mewn ffordd sydd yn rhagweithiol ond ddim yn mynd i sefyllfa argyfwng fel ti'n nodi, ond edrych gofal a cefnogaeth. Falle ydy'r geiriau. Hwn i ddim os oes gen rhywun arall rhywbeth yn dweud am hynny. Dwi'n troi at Dyfed sydd hefyd yn ddiddordeb yn gwisgo het arall o bosib. A ddod â Chris wedyn. A bydd Gareth dwi'n gwybod ni eisiau dweud rhywbeth gan fod o'n ymwneud â'r maes hefyd. Dyfed.
Diolch. Eto gwych iawn gweld a gytuno be mae Fawn yn dweud o ran mor bwysig pan mae gennym ni esiampla gwych fel hyn y bod ni'n rhannu ar draws a be oedd yn braf i weld oedd yr cyfeiriad yna at bod yn ymwybodol o droma mae lot o bobl ifanc yma wedi mynd drwyddo fo a hynny wedi bod yn rhan o ddylunio fo, mae hynny mor bwysig. Rwy'n yn gweld yr adran frys yma na gweld pa mor boenus fysa hynny rwy'n a mae o'n wych gweld bod ni'n edrych ar hynny wrth ddylunio pethau. A dwi'n meddwl bod yna gyfle yn ehangach ar draws y bwrdd iechyd falle i edrych ar trauma pobl ifanc a pobl hŷn hefyd a sut mae hwnnw'n dod yn rhan o be da ni'n ddylunio a sut ydda ni yn delifro gwasanaethau mewn ffordd. Da iawn.
Diolch yn fawr am sylw yna. Na i ddod â Chris mewn. A wedyn, na i ddod â ti mewn ar y diwedd. Wedyn Jason, wedyn Bertha.
Yes, Chair. I had the pleasure of meeting some of the people that were involved in devising this service and putting it into action at the back end of last year, and their enthusiasm was really quite humbling to see. But I think we should mark this as a demonstration of the Health Board's commitment to the Children's Charter, not just in practice, but in principle, but in practice, especially the involvement. And it's a wonderful thing to say or to see, but and without putting too sour of a note on things, I think we also need to recognise that this is part of the solution. And this is really great strides forward, but it's not the entire solution. And there are still difficulties in the children and adolescent mental health area. So fantastic work, great to see. I suppose still work moving forwards.
Ie, diolch yn iawn. Jason, nesa.
Diolch, Chair. I just thought it was a really, really good example around service change, but also as well from my perspective, thinking about our new values and behaviours as a health board, really around how making sure that when we're looking at service change, we're doing that in a very compassionate, open and respectful way. Because I just thought it was a really nice example of that being able to reflect around the destination that we want as a health board, which is for our staff and our patients, but also as well how we design our services to make sure that they align as well. So I thought it was a really good example, but I just wanted to make the comment really that if it fits within the context of where we're trying to get to in the wider part of the organisation. So thank you, Chair.
Good. Diolch yn iawn. Wrtha nesa.
Diolch yn fawr. So just one question. I just wondered how it would relate to young people transitioning from CAMS to adult services and if there was a space there.
Diolch yn iawn. Hold that for a second. Gareth, ti nesa?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I've been there as well. It is absolutely great. It took quite a lot of effort to get through the system, if I can put it that way. So that's a lesson to us too, that sometimes you have to persist. And obviously, I think the important thing is now to see what we can do in the other two parts. And I know that work is underway there. The other point I want to make is, sorry, I was terribly, perhaps this is my PFIG, Chair of Finance hat on. But one of the good things is because it is very closely located to the CAMS staff there, and because there is working spaces there for the office as well, that you don't have staff who are just waiting for people to come in and don't have other duties to get on with. And that is really important because I've heard from elsewhere in Wales that has been a bit of an issue. Sometimes it's just a centre to receive people. So if somebody doesn't come for 12 hours, you have staff there not able to get other stuff. I know that's a really bureaucratic point, but it's really important because the naysayers with people like this will just say, oh, it's really expensive, but ours isn't as expensive as many because we've integrated in a proper way with the crisis service and with CAMS more generally. So I think we can, you know, pat ourselves on the back and more particularly sort of congratulate the staff who've been involved in sort of pushing it forward. So.
Diolch yn iawn. Shri, briefly.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that this is an example of not just a health board improvement, but mental health improvement requires a system-wide approach. That's the first bit. The second bit I was going to say was many people understand, you know, getting the patients at the right place at the right time for physical health, but they do not understand about the mental health. It is actually more, the gap is more in mental health. Yeah. People are afraid in acute trust about how they deal with them. There's a lack of knowledge and gap in the knowledge as well. That's the next step that we need to get in. But that's this one will solve. Getting the patients at the right place will improve that kind of care. Yeah. Thank you.
Good point. Angela, and then Carol to wrap up.
Thank you. So just coming back to Eartha's point around transition, the space has been designed so it's multifunctional spaces for different age groups, so it can be adapted to the age group that's needed. The CAMS team work very closely with adult mental health on the transition. You know, I'm not saying it's perfect at the moment. We've still got work to do as we have within physical health, but that work has been undertaken and that space allows that interaction for somebody to be in that safe space, adult mental health to come and see them, as well as CAMS supporting them in that time period. So that is an add-on, if you like, for this service. It's about that pathway through our services, not just a space in time, I guess.
Diolch iawn. Teresa, ddrwg iawn gen i, o'n i di methu.
Debyg Angela eisiau sôn o'n i ymateb i Eartha am yr oedran trawsiad na mewn ffordd. Dwi'n meddwl bod yna unlle cweit rhy fath ar adeilad yna, mae'r rhaid i ddeud. Ond dwi yn teimlo bod y gwaith ar y rhaglen trawsiad na wedi altro yn bositif a digwydd bod mae'n sgwrs yn mynd i fod yn y pwyllgor llaw iechyd meddwl na'r is-gadeirydd yn ei gydeirio i ni ar draws Gogledd Cymru a ffocws ar yr oedran trawsiad na fel petai wedyn. Dwi'n meddwl bod yn bositif ond dwi'n meddwl bod yna cweit yr un cyfle ond fel mae Angela yn dweud mae'r mewn ffordd y stad yna, mae bosib i ddefnyddio fo mewn gwahanol ffyrdd ar gyfer y dyfodol fel flaen.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, sylwadau gloi.
Diolch, thanks Angela for bringing the story through a personal long history in children and young people's emotional mental health. So it's really good to see this coming through. I just wanted to remind us of the Nest and NIF framework, which Vaughan quite rightly sort of references the multi-agency approach, because we can see that crisis presentation and the facility has been fantastic. But if we can get a lot more sort of upstream and supportive, we may never need to use it. So, you know, we have to think about that when we look at evaluation and numbers as well. I think we should probably consider a new standard of no young person having to go anywhere near an ED for a mental health or emotional health challenge. And, you know, in our country, in this day and age, you know, that should just be an expectation or requirement. And I think on transition, there's a couple of things, you know, I must try and pick up where Welsh Government are on their consideration of a 0 to 25 policy in Wales. Because, you know, what we don't want to see is an arbitrary cut-off on age when maturity is really quite different in that adolescent and young adult period. And then the other part around transition for me, Eartha, relates to neurodevelopment and emotional mental health. So, you know, they're not as separate presentations. And of course, we'll come on to the performance report later, where we are really struggling with some of that, and some of the work that Vaughan and others are now leading offers some real potential. So I think we can think quite laterally about utilisation of this facility. So we'll have a look. I worry about access to it, you know, in terms of the whole population. So the evaluation and then what happens next is going to be key.
Yeah. Okay, diolch yn iawn. So there's quite a bit of action potentially coming out of this, isn't there, in terms of working with local authorities? Really good point. And equity across the region. Yeah. And there is that small matter of the struggle to get this off the ground in the first place, you know, the hurdles and so on that we need to think about. We can do things swifter, but just to reflect on those things, I think so. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen, felly, gyda diolch i bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu at yr eitem yna, eitem 25.83 adroddiad cadeirydd yn unol ar arfer. Mae'r adroddiad yna i bawb i ystyried, a dwi am dynnu sylw at un neu ddau o bethau. Yn gyntaf, dwi eisiau, fel dwi wedi gwneud yn adroddiad, nodi bod tymor Mike Parry fel cadeirydd y grŵp cyfeirio ddeiliad yn dod i ben mis Mehefin. Dwi'n meddwl dwi'n iawn i ddweud mai dyma cyfarfod bwrdd ola Mike. Oedden ni'n cofio neithiwr sawl blwyddyn mae Mike wedi gwasanaethu ar y bwrdd iechyd yn ei amrwm fel ffyrdd rhyw 7 neu 8 mlynedd, dwi'n meddwl. Ac yn cynrychioli, wrth gwrs, cynghorau tref a chymuned. Ond be mae Mike wedi wneud yn y gader fel y gwaith yn y grŵp cyfeirio hynddeiliad ydy mae wedi cyflymu a cynyddu cwmpas gwaith. Mae wedi cynnwys mwy o bobl, a mae wedi creu brwdfrydedd ymysg y grŵp yma. Dwi'n credu bod hynny'n wir i ddweud, dwi wedi bod yn y cyfarfodydd yna. Felly mae wedi adfywio'r grŵp, a mae yna well cysylltiad bellach rhwng y bwrdd a'r grŵp yna sydd yn bwysig iawn o ran y partneriaethau dyn ni'n ceisio sefydlu a chryfhau. Felly dwi eisiau talu teyrnged i Mike am ei gyfraniad y rhan o'r grŵp yna, gyda cadeirydd y grŵp, ond hefyd i waith o fel aelod cyswllt o'r bwrdd. Mae wedi bod yn fywiog iawn, bach yn rhy fywiog ar y degau, falle. Ond y peth am Mike ydy, mae yn gweld pobl o'i gwmpas o, ac mae yn gweld yr angen, a mae yn gweld cyfle i geisio neu gwahaniaeth. Felly, diolch o galon, Mike, am dy waith di, ac dyn ni edrych mlaen at y gyfarfod ola di yn y grŵp landdeiliad yr SRG mis Mehefin. Rwan yn sgil hynny, wrth i ni ddiolch i Meic, mae yna sedd yn mynd yn wag, a dwi wedi cynnwys yn yr adroddiad i chi enw person sydd wedi dod ymlaen gan y grŵp yna i fod yn gadeirydd, sef Peter Lewis. Mae Peter yn is-gadeirydd hyn y bryd. Mi fyddwch chi gyd wedi derbyn copi o lythyr Peter a'i CV o hefyd, yn nodi wrth gwrs fod o yn weithio yn y maes tai gyda cartrefi Conwy, ac yna, os dyn ni'n cytuno heddiw, byddwn ni'n argymell ei enw i'r ysgrifennydd cabinet i gymeradwyo a'i peidio. Dyna ydy'r broses. Felly, os ga i oedi yna gofyn i chi, ydych chi'n hapus fel aelodau'r bwrdd i ni gyflwyno enw Peter Lewis ymlaen i'r ysgrifennydd cabinet ysgol na? Iawn, diolch fawr iawn hynny. Dyn ni hefyd yn nodi newid arall gyda aelod cyswllt o'r bwrdd. Mae Jane Wild wedi camu lawr herwydd mae thymor hi wedi dod i ben, ac mae Emma Adamson yn cymryd i lle hi. Oedd Emma efo ni ddoe mewn sesiwn anffurfiol yn methu bod efo ni heddiw, ond bydd Emma yn cymryd lle Jane fel aelod cyswllt ac cynrychioli y fforwm gofalwyr proffesiynol, felly neu yr weithwyr iechyd proffesiynol. Rwy'n iawn gen i gael y term yn iawn. Dwi'n siŵr os ydy hynny'n iawn, ond mae'n agos beth bynnag. Felly bydd Emma yn ymuno efo ni, ac ni'n edrych mlaen gydweithio efo hi. Dwi wedi cyfeirio yn y adroddiad yma, mae sawl un arall yn cyfeirio at y grŵp sydd bod yn gweithio ar ran y llywodraeth, yr MAG, yr grŵp sydd wedi cynghori'r weinidogion a llywodraeth. Ac mae'n ddifyr gweld yr argymhellion, a dwi'n rhoi cyswllt i'r adroddiad yna, sydd yn rhoi ni mewn sefyllfa o, wrth gwrs, gorfod gweithio yn galed i gwrdd â thargedau sy'n cael eu gosod, ond yr un pryd dwi'n credu bod ni, serch hynny, yn awyddus i sicrhau bod ni fel bwrdd yn symud i sicrhau bod iechyd yn digwydd yn y gymuned. Iechyd a lles yn digwydd yn y gymuned, ddim ond mewn ysbyty. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni wedi tanlinellu neu dro ar ôl tro. Felly, her i ni'n hunain mewn ffordd ydy i darw'r cydbwysedd yna, ac da ni'n gorfod delifro, da ni'n gorfod cyflawni'r hyn mae llywodraeth wedi gosod allan ofnadwy o bwysig, ac mae hynny'n ymwneud â pobl a rhestru aros yn aml iawn, ond mae rhaid i ni hefyd symud yr agenda i ofal iechyd lles yn y gymuned, os da ni am wneud gwahaniaeth go iawn yn y tymor hir. Cyfeiriad dau beth arall, ges i gyfle i ymweld a Llangefni yn ddiweddar, ges i sbyty cefni hefyd yn ogystal â'r ganolfan Llanhwfa. Mae canolfan Llanhwfa yn Llangefni yn werth i weld, oherwydd sawl beth, mae yna gydweithio wedi bod gyda Cyngor Môn wrth gwrs, Llywodraeth Cymru, grantiau yn dod o wahanol ffynonellau, ond mae'n enghraifft o gymuned yn dod at ei gilydd, addasu adeilad sylweddol ar gyfer dibenion y gymuned sy'n rhoi pwyslais ar pobl yn cael cyfle i ddod yn hyd, pobl yn cael cyfle i ymwneud â wahanol gweithgareddau, ac hefyd ambell i wasanaeth yn cael ei ddarparu yn y ganolfan yna, yn ogystal. Felly, yr hyn o'n i'n deud yn blaenorol, iechyd a lles yn y gymuned, mae'r ganolfan yma yn Llangefni yn enghraifft reit dda o'r posibiliadau. Dwi'n gwybod mae Carol wedi bod yna hefyd. Oeddwn ni'n falch iawn o fynd i ysbyty cefni hefyd a gweld y darpariaeth sydd yna sydd arbennig o dda a'r adnoddau yn dda iawn. A dim ond i gloi, oeddech chi'n gwybod bod gynnon ni wasanaeth IV newydd yn Ysbyty Glan Clwyd ar unig un yng Nghymru sydd yn galluogi pobl i gael gwasanaeth tu allan i'r ysbyty yn aml, neu dod mewn i'r ysbyty a cael gosod rhywbeth yn y corff ac yna mynd adre. Yr un gynta yng Nghymru, yr unig un yng Nghymru. Ac mae wedi digwydd oherwydd un person yn wreiddiol oedd wedi bod yn gweithio yn Hanada, wedi dod yn ôl i'r gogledd i weithio ac yna wedi dod ar syniad yma efo hi a wedi gweithio dros gyfnod unwaith eto. Beth yma ddim gallu digwydd dros nos 3 blynedd ac wedi llwyddo i sefydlu'r gwasanaeth arbennig yma. Ac mae'n enghraifft o ddyfeisgarwch a mae'n enghraifft o edrych ar system gyfan lle mae'n bosib gweithredu mewn un rhan o'r system ond hefyd yn cael effaith ar y system gyfan. Mae'n golygu bod pobl ddim yn dod i'r adran ar gyfwng. Mae'n golygu bod pobl ddim ar restr aros. Mae'n golygu bod yna wlau yn rhydd i eraill. Felly, gyda cydsyniad chi, dwi'n ymwodus i ni edrych ar hynny'n fanylach rhywbryd fel bwrdd falle derbyn cyflwyniad neu ffilm neu rhywbeth, oherwydd dwi'n meddwl bod yn enghraifft da iawn o'r creadigrwydd a dyfeisgarwch yna ymysg sy'n gweithio bach, ond be nath argraff arna i yn sicr. Felly, dyna ni yn Rysiog, peth o uchafbwyntio i yn ystod cwpl o fisoedd diwetha. Mae wedi bod yn gyfnod prysur ac llawer iawn o ymgysylltu gyda Llywodraeth yr un pryd. Hapus iawn i dderbyn unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw gwestiwn gan unrhyw un, os gwelwch yn dda. Mike.
Just diolch am y swnio'n obiad diwedd y cyfarfod, wedi hwnnw'n ganiatau reid rhyw bwys bach.
Sicr.
A gyda llaw, efo chi sôn am y busnes IV.
Ie.
Dwi'n cofio, mae 15 mlynedd yn ôl, i gath i dreial yn ysbyty Brynberw. Am gan gynnwys cimo ac yn wahanol restyma, tap am yn ei flaen. Ond mae modd gwneud, os da chi'n hyfforddi bobl.
Oes. Wel, ges i faint o drafod gyda rhywun aelod o'r cyhoedd oedd yn un o'n cleifio ni yn dod o Ryddlan, o'n mynd digwydd, ac oedd gynnu fo ddyfais yn ei gorfo oherwydd i gyflwr i salwch o, neu triniaeth oedd yn derbyn, fel ti di awgrymu, ac yna oedd yn gallu peidio dod i'r ysbyty ar gyfer hynny, oedd yn gallu aros am. Felly, andros o wahaniaeth oedd yn ei wedi gwneud. A fel dwi'n dweud, yn wych iawn, a dwi'n gwybod bod Mandy Jones wedi bod gefnogol iawn i'r gwaith yna, am dwi'n gwybod sy'n tan y nell yn diolchiadau ni hefyd am gefnod i'r gwaith. Rwy'n arall, yn y pwynt neu sydd. Nag oes felly gofyn i chi dderbyn y droliad fel arfer ysgolch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i 20.84, os ydych chi'n edrych ar yr agenda sef adroddiad prif weithredwr drosodd ar Carol. Diolch yn iawn, Carol.
Diolch, Diref. Thanks very much indeed. I won't go through the report in too much detail, just 3 things to draw out really. Quite a lot of activity in relation to the Welsh Government, as David has just alluded to. So a number of us did attend the Cabinet Secretary's briefing to the NHS about his change priorities for the year, those 5 key areas. And when we cross-reference those to our integrated medium-term plan, pleased to say that there's a great crossover. We're yet to hear the next steps in terms of any additional actions that are required of us in relation to driving those forward. I understand there's something in the pipeline from the Welsh Government. But I thought it was quite important to draw out one of the things that the Cabinet Secretary announced, and that was an annual public accountability meeting for boards. And I think that's a part of the drive to enable greater openness and transparency in that public arena. Of course, we've always sought to take that approach here, and one of our values, as Jason was talking about earlier, is that openness. So I think we'll be well placed to prepare for those types of developments. The Ministerial Advisory Group will provide a key focus for us, and as an executive team will be preparing our response and what happens next. I think there are some challenges in it, given the number of actions that have 3-month time frame. So I think as collective chief execs, we've sort of raised the flag a little bit on, do we need to be a bit more discerning about the ones that start first? But there's a very clear message about how we utilise our resources and become more effective, efficient and productive. And I think a greater focus on that at the board level in terms of how well we deploy our resources is going to be necessary. The other thing I wanted to just draw out was, I'll come to it a bit later because we've got the first staff engagement, staff experience report really around the culture change leaders. It's an absolute pleasure to join them. I can see one culture change leader in the room. Very enthusiastic 87 culture change leaders we've got in the organisation, and it was an absolute pleasure to have a hour with them discussing all things relating to how we want to develop our organisation. We're going to move towards about 150, I think. So hopefully, we'll be all able to sponsor and encourage. And then my last comment really on the report is our focus on quality continues. There is a quality report later on the agenda, but I did just want to draw out specifically the work and the progress that has been made, particularly relating to those situations that are subject to the coroner's review, and to offer our sincere condolences and our continued commitment to learn from every single difficult event. And I've put in my report the difficult event relating to a young child recently. So that continues. It's a very important report. We will be able to get into it in a little bit more detail. And then last but not least, you've welcomed Tamina as new colleagues. Delighted that we're able to, we're not far off having a substantive executive team now. A lot of work's gone into that. So welcome, Tamina. Yeah. And Dr. Clara Day will be joining us as the Executive Medical Director in due course. Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. Diolch yn fawr, Carol. Unrhyw sy'n neu gwestiwn? Rhian yn nodi gynta. Rhian, at y ti.
Yeah, it's just a very simple question. I'm seeing a huge tension between the Ministerial Advisory Group recommendations, which are very short-term focused, and then we've got the shift of the 5 priorities. There's also the need for balanced budgets and meeting our special net measures requirements. So I'm just wondering, I just want to note really that there is a huge tension between all of these and how we're actually juggling them and managing them in a strategic way. I think that's my concern, is that we have to jump through this hoop this week, but it may be preventing us reaching the finishing line, as it were. So we're all aware of it, but I just wanted it on the record, really.
No, I think that's a good point, and I think we've alluded in some of the reports today that there are a number of reports from government advisory groups and so on. We are being given advice on a regular basis. So it's important that we can navigate our way around Spaghetti Junction, Carol. I don't know.
We haven't seen my driving. But I don't want to tell people about that. We managed to get lost in conf. Anyway, bit embarrassing for me. Really, it's a really good point because as an organisation, we have got all of that. And when we come on later, we've got the foundations for the future paper later. That's trying to. It's about building an organisation that can actually do both, that can deal with the things that have to be dealt with today. We've got patients waiting for care. We've got, things that we've got to get on with in the here and now, whilst we're also building this organisation that can take things forward in the medium and long term and actually be flexible enough to be able to navigate those things that come, because what's guaranteed is that we don't know what the future might bring, and that flexibility, if we're only focusing on today, we will be building that organisation for the future. So I think it's a really good challenge for us as a board to make sure that we are dealing with both. And just on the agenda today, there's a couple of reports where we're just starting to get into that space, when we're starting to think much more about strategic direction, what are key programmes, not necessarily in the here and now, but that will take some time. So that's probably quite a good thing for us to keep reflecting on in our board effectiveness. Have we got an eye both on short term, but also medium term? Yeah.
And the test is always, what difference are we making to the people we serve? That whatever strategy, policy, whatever report, whatever advice, what does it mean in terms of developing the best possible health and wellbeing services for the population of the communities and the people we serve? That's how we should be judged. And it's quite a challenge to get the balance right, I think, the short term and the long term. We've got to do both, because there are people in need of the short term, desperate, on waiting lists and so on. So we've got to address that. But what we're trying to do is to build a health and well-being system for the future that will be different to yesterday, different to today. So that's a really important point, I think. Diolch yn iawn i rywun arall, diolch yn codi'r pwynt yna, Rhian. Rhywun arall eisiau codi'r cwestiwn neu sylw ar y droddiad yna? Os nad oes, gawn ni ddeud diolch fawr iawn i Carol am yr adroddiad, diolch fawr iawn am y gwaith. Gawn ni nodi dim ond diolch i Carol, ond diolch i'r tîm sydd o'i chwmpas i, pawb sydd yma heddiw am y gwaith caled maen nhw'n gwneud wythnos ar ôl wythnos. Dwi'n gwybod di ddim yn pasionol falle i ddweud diolch wrth bobl sydd mewn swyddi uchel, ond wi eisiau nodi hynny mewn cyfnod lle mae yna lot o heriau, a mae pobl yn weithio, wel, 7 diwrnod yr wythnos, dwi'n cyfeirio rhai pobl ag oriau hir iawn. Felly diolch i chi am yr ymroddiad i pawb sydd yma heddiw fel y swyddogion, nid dim ond prif weithredwr, ond pawb sydd rhan o'r tîm. A diolch yn gefnogaeth aelodau annibynnol yn ogystal, wrth gwrs. Diolch yn galon, a diolch am yr adroddiad yna. Pawb yn hapus i nodi'r adroddiad. Ymlaen, Gareth, at adroddiad yr is-gadeirydd, eitem 2585, dros yr at y ti'n, Gareth.
Well, I'll take the report as read. I just want a couple of points. First of all, I want to apologise to colleagues for the overlap between our reports, but obviously we all prepare them separately. Yeah, and I think it is interesting that the Ministerial Advisory Group, I think, is really important. And just to pick up, I mean, I don't disagree at all with Rio, but just to pick up the point, and I think I say it in the paper, I have become completely convinced that the only way in which we shift left, as they got jargon, is move to a much more community focused thing, which I'm absolutely, like you, passionate about, is by ensuring that we are much more productive in our acute care, particularly our planned care. And what's frustrating about that is we know, I don't necessarily I know, we know what the solutions are because there's a lot of evidence out there about how you deliver care more effectively. So it doesn't need to take 10 years to bring about that change.
No.
We just need to be consistent and to get everybody on board about doing it. But as I said, I've become completely convinced that the route to really starting to invest properly in our preventative and primary care is by, I don't want to sound like Attila the accountant, but by managing down the costs of what we do in terms of our planned care. So that is a really important mission. And
in order to direct
exactly
funds to community
exactly.
and private.
And the only second point I was going to make is it's this question, we talk a lot about it, don't we, Karen? I know we'll come into it in Foundations for the Future about unwarranted variation. And wherever I go, I think I see this. And I draw the point, I mean, it's interesting, I was asking Angela about the IV suite in going through, because clearly that is a much broader range of stuff. But I've been to 2 community hospitals, one of which had a fantastic IV delivery of antibiotics and so on, which again saves people being in hospital.
Yeah.
When I went to Penrose Stanley, and I know I'm being lobbied when I go there, but they basically said for the price of like a couple of extra staff, they could deliver a similar service there, but they haven't been able to work it. So, and in some areas, we have what to me, even as a non-medic, seems ridiculous, where the only option people have to give bloods is to go to an outpatients department in a major hospital. So we really, I mean, I know I'm preaching to the converted, but for the listeners and the public, I think, it just becomes really clear for me that when you go around, there's all sorts of excellent people doing fantastic work, but they're hampered by the fact that we don't have a sort of consistent approach and clarity, which is why when we come on to it, I really welcome where we're moving in terms of Foundations for the Future. So I shall shut up at that point. But very happy to take any questions either now or to discuss what's in my report outside the meeting.
Diolch yn fawr, Gareth. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw I Gareth? Chris, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Just a highlight, listen to these 3 reports back to back, and I think focusing on the IV access, what's really clear is that there are very much the seeds of the future. And there is demonstrative of great work that's been done by those that work for us, for the people that we serve, and hopefully those seeds will grow into great big oak trees using the foundations for the future. But really positive. We have all the tools. We're getting there, and we can do it. So really positive in so many ways.
Great. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Gawn ni... Oh, Mike. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Gareth, for the report. And it's very, very accurate as far as I'm concerned. Your comments about the GP service, for instance, I had a fairly in-depth conversation with the local GP last week, and I could have written these comments exactly reflects what's actually happening. And they're not in a good place, GPs, at the moment. Haven't been for quite a while. So there's an expectation for us, I think, as a board. The other element I like in the report is your referral to the problems encountered when the local authorities withdrew from the community health team structure. That's causing particular problems in certain hospitals, Ashwen in particular, but I'm in conversation with Teresa about that. But, they're practical problems as a result of that withdrawal, if you like. And finally, the Caledrin element is a concern for me because one time it's been touted as maybe a solution for the perinatal unit in Glan Clwyd. I don't think that's a solution. I had a very productive chat with Stuart the other day, who's quite a visionary about what we should be doing. So that's a pitch for the perinatal unit who need looking after. Diolch yn fawr.
Wel, Mike, yn sylw yna. Unrhyw un arall yn gwestiwn I Gareth, yn sylw? Os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch fawr iawn I Gareth unwaith eto am I waith am ei adroddiad a'i brwdfrydedd a bod mae'n mynd o gwmpas pethau. Diolch fawr iawn I ti, Gareth. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad, sgwch yn dda. Diolch fawr iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa 2586, sef profiad y dinesydd sydd yn adroddiad dyn ni'n derbyn o porter rwan, dwi'n credu. Ag jyst gair hyn trosglwyddo i Helen i sôn rhywfaint am y cynnwys. Mae yna amregiad o themau, achos beth dyn ni'n ceisio gwneud rwan o'r holl ymateb dyn ni'n derbyn, o'r holl sgyrsiau, o'r holl ohebiaeth dyn ni'n derbyn, dyn ni'n ceisio gweld pa themau sy'n codi, a wedyn mae'r adroddiad yn cael ei rannu i themau amrywiol sydd yn dod gan aelodau etholedig weithiau, gan gleifion unigrychol, llais hefyd, yn ddiolchgar iawn. Llais, a mae Jeff yma heddiw, wrth gwrs, gynrychioli llais, yn ddiolchgar iawn iddyn nhw am ffordd maen nhw'n rhoi gwybodaeth i ni yn rheolaidd. Ac mae'n rhoi darlun eitha cynhwysfawr yn dydi o'r profiadau pobl yn ystod y misoedd diweddar, sydd gobeithio wedyn yn rhoi cyfle i ni ddysgu ac i wella ac i ddatblygu. Dyna bwriad yr adroddiad, nid dim ond i nodi beth sydd o'i le, ond eisiau gwneud rhywbeth yn ei gylcho. Felly, dwi ni fod yn glir ynghylch rhai o'r negeseuon yma ac yr angen i ni ddilyn rhai o'r themau a rhai o'r bethau sydd angen datblygu ymhellach. Ond gyda hynny, na i drosglwyddo i Helen fel y person sydd yn cael y gorolwg o'r gwaith yma. Diolch yn iawn, Helen.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Just a very brief overview from me. I think the report has a lot of detail, a lot of insight that's very, very helpful indeed. What I want to highlight is my thanks to all those members of staff who are continually gathering the feedback that enable us to understand some of the themes which are clear in the report. This is an evolving report. It's the 5th one, and every time we do the next, we learn from the last, and we try to improve it. Nearly 2 years ago now, we had an independent review of our engagement, and one of the key findings from that report was that the organisation is incredibly good at listening and gathering feedback and compiling it, but we weren't able to demonstrate some of the actions that were being taken. So this report is evolving into very much a you said, and what is the organisation doing about it? And I think that's absolutely right for our population to be able to see that. So happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Helen, a diolch i bawb sydd bod yn rhan o rhoi'r adroddiad yma at y gilydd. Mae yna dîm gweithgar iawn yn derbyn gohebiaeth bob awr o bob dydd. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn i bawb sydd bod yn gysylltiedig â'r gwaith yma. Sylwadau, cwestiynau? Mike Lawyn gyntaf.
Diolch, Chair. Helen, I noticed that Maggie's Place building at YGC looks almost as if it's finished, and we have a section 2.6 in your report on supporting cancer patients better. Would Maggie's Place be part of that, and will it be opening soon, or am I too optimistic about that?
I don't know about the actual opening date, Mike.
I think I was at the topping out in Autumn. I think it is September, October.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Diolch, Mike. Claire.
Diolch. Thank you very much for the report. It's such an important report in terms of people's perceptions and experiences of our services. And so I've got a specific point, and then maybe something a bit more general and from a governance perspective. The specific point is satisfaction levels in ED are markedly lower than they are in for other services, for more plans, by about 20% across all of the measures. I think that's really concerning for us, and I know that we have papers in other parts of the agenda today that do reflect that weights in ED have been increasing, unfortunately, recently, as opposed to reducing. But when I think about how everything triangulates together, you know, the kind of CAMS item we've just had at the beginning about reducing the need for people to go to ED. It just really emphasises that we've absolutely got to get to a place where we have fewer people turning up at E&D, that we've got better services to prevent people needing to go there in the first place, that we develop our community hubs better, because I just sense that until we do that, we will continue to see significantly lower rates of satisfaction in ED. So I just felt it important to highlight that. The other thing was yesterday, I guess I'm saying this in the public agenda because the public won't know, but in our private board planning session yesterday, we were talking about the scope of the work programmes for each of our committees and how they dovetail. And I was just conscious that the PPHP committee, which I chair, the Planning Population Health, which covers a lot around how we engage with partners, I feel this is a report that probably should come to that committee, perhaps before it comes to board, so that we're able to perhaps look at the detail and then be sharing with board what some of the kind of strategic implications and outcomes for that might be. Because our stakeholder engagement isn't just about, if I can call it, organisations and partners, it's also about local people and what people's perceptions are of our services. So Pam and I have had a little exchange about how we might pick that one up for the future. So, but yeah, a really important report, and it's good to see it developing. Thanks. I also feel, and I don't know how we do this, the triangulations aren't always clear in the papers, how one paper connects to another. So even just a small reference in a paper that says, because I read, say, the ED figures and think, and what are we doing? But actually other papers on the agenda today talk about what we're doing to deal with challenge services or what we're doing around performance. So I think as we develop our board reporting, just thinking through how, and I suppose, Gareth, you picked it up in that 3 of you have mentioned the same thing. How do we get to a place where we talk about things once on an agenda, but we're able to reference what they mean for other things that we're working on? I think that would be good.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and maybe something for us to consider. Just on the general point you make, taking emergency department as an example, I think with this report, maybe there's something that committees can look at, consider, okay, maybe there's an opportunity to look at something in more detail, wonder what's behind that, which we as a board would then wish to get feedback from the committee in due course. So maybe that's something we can look at, plan to see how that can work. And Helen, just to think about, should we put pointers then in places on the reports towards committees? But on the ED, I'll bring Tamina in first to respond to Claire's point and on emergency department in particular. Then I'll bring Gareth and others in, including Tamina.
Thank you. Really pleased to have that question, actually. And picking up, I think, on Gareth's point, we are really keen to look at the opportunities around primary and community services. I think the opportunities around transformation there are enormous. And there are already some really good examples of what we're trying to do in terms of more locally based urgent care responses that become a place where people are much more likely to go, because when they go, they get a really good experience. Certainly, when I look through these reports and other reports, it's really clear that when our patients, our residents get in front of a clinician, they get really good care. So the positive feedback from that is really strong, but clearly the issue around the waits is unacceptable. So that's where we want to kind of focus our activity. So, I mean, I suppose one of my offer to board members is people who are interested in both developing that UE space outside the big hospital on the hill and much more locally based. I'd be really keen to speak to. And also the opportunities, I said, around the community and primary care transformation are really enormous. I'm going to be the executive lead for one of our major change programmes, which is around urgent and emergency care. I think building on the 6 goals programme that's been in place, I think, for about 2 or 3 years now, how we really then begin to push into what the opportunities might be for our residents in North Wales. So a lot to do in that space. Picking up, I think, on Rhiann's point about the noise that we get in terms of where the focus is at the moment, rightly on the way to around planned care, but my responsibility, I think, is to carve out some time with our teams who really know what it is that would make a difference, so that we can focus on that, as well as some of the sort of the more obvious targets that we're being scrutinised about at the moment.
And can I just ask that we ensure the appropriate committee is supporting that work as well, so we can get some of the detail, and lots of people have got things to say about it due to either direct experience or messages we get from the public on a regular basis. So it's important that the committee can help support that work, I think. So making sure that happens. Right, a number of people want to contribute. We'll go in this order. We'll come to Angela and Jean at the end before bringing in Gareth, Karen and Ilsa.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say I think it is a really, really good report. It's shaping up brilliantly. But actually, as normal, Claire hits the nail on the head. But one of the things that struck me thinking about it is that in many of the issues that are raised, there is a response in our action plan, which we come to later. So that's a positive. But I'm going to take the advantage and just highlight three things that I think I'm not sure that we've nailed, apart from UEC, which again, but and they're more detailed, but they are important. Yeah. So one is on dental. Quite rightly, we're going back out to the market to ask for more contractors to come forward who want to sign up to general dental services contracts. But the problem with that is it's like putting water in a leaky bucket, because we don't have any control over people once they've got contracts handing them back, which has been happening an awful lot. So I am very keen. I know we've got a new interim person running the dental service, that we look at more innovative and different ways of delivering services beside the two that we have already, which is the GDS contract and the community dental service. The second area is on dermatology, and I think I mentioned this somewhere else, but it's really frustrating to me that, and I think it's fine to talk about specific examples, I hope they'll forgive me, but when I went to the Llangollen Medical Centre, I met a clinician there who had a trained specialism in dermatology. Pre-COVID, they used to do minor operations. They've approached Ysbyty Wrecsam to say, you know, would you like us to start doing this again? And they've basically been stonewalled. Now, part of that is obviously there hasn't been a problem in managing capacity in the East, but we know there has been elsewhere. So why are we not joining that up? And there's a general issue that when we look at performance, our delivery of minor ops is way below what our target should be. So we've got to get better at using those opportunities. And incidentally, that will help sustain some of our GMS contracts, because it gives them extra income and it uses their skills. And above all, it gives people care closer to home, which is what we're supposed to be about. And the third area is a very specialist one, but nevertheless really important. So there's a reference in here about refugees and asylum seekers. And again, there is some stuff about this in our action plan for the year. But we had a very useful presentation at the peer group I go to, the vice chairs, from the Cardiff Inclusion Service, which has developed quite rapidly from starting to be just about refugees, but particularly now dealing with homeless people and people who don't really have regular access to GP services. And obviously Cardiff geographically is completely different, but a lot of what they do is delivered in an outreach form. And the clinician who is in charge of that service, when I specifically asked about Betsy, said she was very, very happy to give some advice to us. So I hope that we can draw on that. The very last point I make is that, you know, a lot of this is really positive in a way, even if sometimes it's very positive to know, even if not all the feedback is. But obviously some of the cases in section 6 and 7 of this report are really distressing to read as somebody who even has got a sort of sense of general responsibility. So it does highlight that while we're getting much, much better at dealing with incidents and complaints, there's still so much work to do. And I know executive colleagues are completely aware of that, but you know, it's a big challenge for us, isn't it?
Diolch yn iawn. Sylw yna. Reit, nesa, Karen, Ilsa, wedyn Jane, Angela, wedyn Helen, Carol, Gloy. Os ti eisiau dod yn ôl a unrhyw beth. Karen.
Diolch yn fawr. Mine sort of picked up on what Gareth was just saying and links back to what Claire was just saying before. We've got a lot of really rich information in section 6 and 7 from members of the Senedd and from CLICE. And while we refer to in certain section 6 that queries have been answered within 15 days, which is great.
how are we now feeding that back into shaping and improving services? So it kind of links back to Claire's point around should we, and yours as well actually, David, around should we be picking some of these up in some of the subcommittees and doing deeper dives on some of these issues raised and feed that back into service improvements. So it was really just, this section just looks like a little bit of a, and so, we've got this information, what are we doing about it? And I think the very excellent report, Helen, could be enriched if we had a little bit more around how this information is then filtering through and being taken further. Thank you.
Good point. Nessa, within Jane.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Helen, for this report. I'd just like to share that I have been at one of their engagement meetings, and I think this report doesn't necessarily bring through the energy of the engagement that is going on. There's a vast amount of energy in lots and lots of different areas. It's quite hard for this report to show the pockets of contact and good practice. It's very hard for this report to bring that alive. And I think that makes me focus a bit on the qualitative aspect of it. And Leon brought that to us at a few board meetings ago, perhaps a link with patient experience. But I think we could learn a lot from looking beyond the numbers and trying to find out a bit more about qualitative experience. Somebody might be like 100%, although they've only been once, it was 100, just getting a measure on that. And I think linking up with Liam probably would help with that. But also we did discuss homelessness in that meeting. I joined them, and it is absolutely crucial. Having worked in homelessness, it is an area that's ignored, really, really hard. You don't capture those people. You have to be out, on the street almost, making contacts that way. But obviously, the life expectancy is around 40 years for that group. So really important that we find a way of changing how we communicate. That was it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, really good points there. As a deal, and on the point of homelessness, it is going to be a topic of discussion at the next strategic reference group, as it happens, because there is, I think, an ambition to try and capture that experience, representation, that voice, so that we can understand the health and well-being needs and so on.
Sorry, David, what is the strategic
reference group? Stakeholder.
Yes.
Who are strategic. But stakeholder reference group. Jade, Angela, then Helen, then Carol to close.
I mean, just to say, I think a huge amount of work and some really good evidence of how we're trying to engage lots of different groups. I mean, I think, particularly in the light of some of the discussions going forward, and I think it's really important we don't just get fixated on services, but as you said, David, the impact that actually we start to try and move from this being about the patient experience to how do we genuinely involve our patients and our communities around how we are trying to take things forward. What does that mean for them? What will work for them best? What is the likely impact, so that we've got genuine involvement, not just engagement in how we design and develop and actually assess the impact of what we've delivered. And just going back to the homelessness and there is a significant amount of work around that homelessness, very active voluntary sector shelter and things, and we are working with them, particularly around doing some of the needs assessment, because the aim is that at the end of this year we should be bringing back a proposal, not just for homelessness, but for our Gypsy, Roma, our ethnic communities, asylum seekers, etc. What does an inclusion health offer need to look like for the health board? And that is within the both the IMPT and the action plan for this year.
IMTP, for those who aren't sure, is the integrated medium-term plan, or plan over 7 years. So Angela, within Helen, within Carol, Igloy, other item of that.
Yeah.
Just come back on a few of the points that have been made, if that's okay, David. From the perspective of the feedback and the information that we're getting, as you can note in the report that we're the 4th highest average satisfaction. That isn't good enough, obviously. We need to make sure that we're increasing that satisfaction. And we're the 2nd highest since we brought in SMS to get the information through the emergency departments. We're doing very well. But we just need to note that the new patient experience framework will be amalgamating the general score with the emergency scores. So we will in the next report see a drop in our scores because it'll be an average of the two. So we just need to be aware of that. We did get an email through from Welsh Government yesterday congratulating us. It was providing the most responses in Wales as a health board this time, which is fantastic to hear. And I passed that congratulations back onto the team yesterday. This report is supported by my patient experience team. So Leon is providing the information and supporting Helen around that. And Rachel Wright and the PALS team are doing this work and providing that information. So we are knitting it through and getting those themes and taking them forward in the work that we're doing with services around action planning, etc. And then in response to Jane's comment, I completely agree. We need to do more involvement and co-design. And just to let colleagues know, the Women's Health Plan, which I'm the lead for the Health Board, we're doing co-design work to build the Women's Health Hub that is going to be in place before the end of the financial year. And that is a model that we've now got a framework that's been supported by Welsh Government that will be working across other designs and developments. And I think the CAMS service development was one of the clear areas that we designed it with people rather than for people.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Helen, unrhyw sylwadau, a wedyn Carol i gloi.
Diolch yn fawr iawn pawb for your comments. Lots of rich feedback, I think, that I'll take away. And first and foremost, have a discussion in, Eartha mentioned the engagement group. That feels like a good forum in which to start to evolve the paper and how we present things even further. Because within that group, we have Leon, we have Kerry Harris from the equalities team, we have maternity, we have mental health, we have lots of people who are doing some great work on engagement. So I think that could be the place where we start to think about this. And there's a lot of passionate people both here today and within our organisation who are determined to take the feedback and do something with it that changes the way that we work in the organisation. So I just want to say thank you. We'll take all of that and discuss it further.
And the opportunity to consider, is there anything that can be directed to any of the committees to look at in more detail when that is appropriate? Carol.
Yeah, thanks very much. A couple of points of specifics, and then it was a bit more of that global that Karen picked up really. So Angela's absolutely right. Our uptake in terms of giving us feedback about the ED has, really increased. So that's fantastic. And that we are ranked 4 of 6 health boards. So there's a comparator there, not just between ED and other services, but ED and other health boards ED services. So and there's the improvement. So 53% satisfaction in Q3 of last year. And that's gone up to 82%. I think some of that it relates to seasonal differences and the pressures in the system, of course, and we know the work that is going on around that. Just on, so whilst we look at this is the connecting piece. Whilst we look at this in the engagement lane, nothing wrong with, and I support what Helen has said there. A lot of the feedback relates to how we organise services and how we develop our clinical services approach. So Gareth's point about dental, we can be quite creative with dental care. We don't have to take the option of, community dental services or independent contracts. Let's find some other ways of doing it. And I think we seek to stabilise the dental provision after that, significant handback period. And then we build that new and different approach. That's going to take a little bit of convincing, I think, that we can do different models. But once we get going, I'm sure we'll gather more momentum. And that's the same with the dermatology example, Gareth. That's one service. I think there are probably many services where the primary community offer could be much greater and that actually at times we're running a secondary care-led primary care service. And that is not great use of very highly trained, pretty expensive actually consultants. So again, quite a lot of work to do on modernising pathways. If we think about taking feedback and linking it to improvements and planning, we've got to keep reminding ourselves we've got a QMS. So we, in the quality planning part of the QMS, that's where we take the feedback and we influence service design and service development. So I think we've got to make sure that we're hardwiring this through the organisation. I was encouraged by Eartha's comments as well, actually. I think there are a lot of services who do this as part of their day-to-day practice. I visited the brain injury service a little while ago now, but they were sharing with me how they work with people who got experience to improve their service, and they do that. And there's no fanfare around it. They just do it as part of their day-to-day practice. So I think there's quite a lot going on in there. But then on the reports, we will look to see how we do that. Because whilst we get the feedback and we say what we're doing, we need to connect to what impact does that have.
Yeah.
So we'll give it a bit of thought. I'll get the knitting needles out, I think, Claire, try and knit it together. Yeah.
Marianne, I think there's something about this as a resource. How can we best use it? I think that's the question. But where should we direct some of this information that, you know, it's gathered here? And actually, I think people across the organisation would be interested in seeing some of this stuff, actually, you know, because you're working in one area, but you're seeing something about another service that says something, and that can be encouraging or get you inquisitive, can't it? Reit, diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb am y sylwadau, diolch yn fawr iawn am yr adroddiad a bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r gwaith yna. Mae'n adroddiad pwysig I ni ag sydd yn dod at ni yn chwarterol, felly nawn ni barhau a fel mae Helen wedi nodi, mae'r adroddiad yn datblygu ac yn newid, felly diolch yn iawn am y gwaith yna. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, sgwrs da. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, 2587, sef yr adroddiad sy'n ymwneud â'r cyfeiriad a chynllunio strategol, a dyn ni'n croesawu Camela sydd wedi dod at y bwrdd at ni heddiw. Croeso cynnes Camela, ac drosodd atych chi I gyflwyno'r adroddiad gan nodi wrth gwrs dyn ni gyd wedi derbyn copi, felly os oes modd hwyl y sylw ar y materion pwysig ysgolch yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Hwyl da pawb. Camela Williams dwi, pennaeth strategaeth a chynllunio iechyd. Good morning, I'm Camela Williams, Head of Council Planning. I'm pleased to present the first strategic direction and planning report to the board. The report focuses on the Health Board Strategic Objective 2, which is delivering strategy and long-lasting change, and covers issues and opportunities of strategic significance, which also include strategy development, our own strategy development in terms of our 10-year strategy, our strategic intent, and the work that we're doing on our clinical services plan, service change, national programmes, other key programmes, and sort of special measures, challenge services. So those are all things that are in the scope of this report going forwards. This will be a regular report in future, which will go to the Health Board Executive Committee, relevant committees as appropriate of the board and to the board. I'll take the report as read and will highlight the key issues pertaining to the 3 items of strategic significance which are covered in today's report. The first is around the proposed changes to the Health Board's wellbeing objectives. By way of context, health boards were advised to review their wellbeing objectives and to consider how they contribute to fair work as per the Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act, which came into force a couple of years ago. Just to say the wellbeing objectives are significant as they have an important role to play in shaping the development of health board plans at all levels within the organisation. So that's in terms of strategic, tactical and operational planning. The report summarises the review process and sets out how the objectives will be used in the development of the Health Board's new long-term strategy. The board is asked to approve the updated objectives, which are on page 8 of the paper. The second item it relates to the proposed process and timeline to develop long-term sustainable solutions for services provided at Towyn and Penley community hospitals. Both hospitals have been subject to temporary service change, specifically the closure of inpatient beds. Given the high level of interest in these service changes, it was agreed that the proposed process and timeline for developing sustainable solutions, which could of course also include reopening the inpatient beds, would be set out for consideration and discussion by the board. So that's in the report, and we picked up it. And then the final item is for the board to note and relates to the Hywel Dda Clinical Services Plan, which sets out the options for how 9 in-scope services could be organised across Hywel Dda Health Board's more acute sites. It draws to the board's attention because the clinical services plan is out for public consultation, which starts today and runs until the 31st of August. And just to say that the Health Board strategy team will work with clinical and operational colleagues to understand the potential impact of the options on both the services accessed in Hywel Dda by North Wales patients, as well as the services we provide in North Wales, in order to produce a Health Board response to the consultation. So that concludes the summary of the items.
Diolch yn iawn, Camilla, diolch yn iawn am y gwaith sydd wedi digwydd ar adroddiad yna yn nwysfawr iawn. Diolch yn iawn i'r tîm sydd wedi bod tu ôl i hynny. Reit, cwestiynau sylwadau. Sgwch yn dda. Nawn ni droi at Caroline gynta.
Diolch. Diolch yn fawr iawn am yr adroddiad. Fel oeddech chi'n dweud, mae hwn yr adroddiad cyntaf o'r maes yma da ni wedi dderbyn. A mae yna ddiweddariadau ffiniol iawn yn efo. Ond yr hyn fyswn ni'n hoffi weld efallai yn y dyfodol ydy mwy o yr overview o beth fydd yn cael ei gynnwys yn yr adroddiad yma o hyn ymlaen. Fel cadeirydd QSC yn benodol, bydd yn oeddet mawr yn datblygiad ein Clinical Services Plan ni. Mae'n ddiddorol gweld y wybodaeth am Hywel Dda, ond da ni wedi dechrau'r gwaith yma rhywbeth mis yn ôl yn betig gwelydr. Mae yna lot mwy o waith i wneud rwan. A y cwestiwn ydy, ai hwn fydd y bapur fydd yr cyd-destun ar gyfer diweddariadau ar y gwaith yna. Ac elfen arall ydyn sydd yn clwm a hynny wrth gwrs ydy y gwaith da ni angen wneud o ran y gwasanaethau bregus a rhai sydd yn heriol. Ac eto, mae yna gyfeiriad atyn nhw nes ymlaen yn yr adroddiad blynyddol, fel yr annual plan y cynllun blynyddol, ond a'i yma di'r llefydd priodol i ni ddiweddaru'r bwrdd a'r cyhoedd o ran y datblygiadau yma.
Diolch yn iawn. Nawn ni roi cyfle i Camilla ddod yn ôl mewn munud efo unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw atebion. Rhywun arall, Gareth?
Diolch yn erydd, and thank you, Camilla. Yes, I really welcome the fact of trying to bring all this together, although I agree with Caroline about, having an overview. It's challenging because there's a lot, you're covering a lot in it. On the specific points, I just wanted to say, I thought the Hywel Dda is very interesting for 2 points. One, as an example of how another health board is going about its clinical services planning, but also the point that I think has already been picked up about the implications. I mean, having visited Towyn, for example, I was very struck that the treatment room there, that most of the patients they're treating are people who are under the care of consultants in bronchitis. So I think it's probably a matter for QSE, but I'm hoping and assuming that will be taken forward through that committee. The other point I want to make, and I absolutely support the wellbeing objectives, but at the risk of being unduly stroppy, but stroppy about ourselves, is we absolutely have to not just say we're committed to fair work, but demonstrate it. And I think too often we think fair work is just about like the real living wage, or that we give staff maternity and holidays. But time after time I go around this organisation and I find us treating staff unfairly, particularly in terms of those on short-term contracts. who are often, you know, oh, well, we'll extend it by 3 months and we might make a decision then. I mean, that's really letting people with mortgages and responsibilities sort of like twist in the wind while we decide what we're doing. And it's just not acceptable. If we are, it's not acceptable anyway. Certainly not acceptable if we're saying we're really committed to fair work. And, you know, I've made the case, and I think we're starting to make progress, that we've got quite big elements of our funding that are still billed as non-recurrent. And we cannot link non-recurrent funding to say you can only employ short-term posts, because that, again, is just not consistent with fair work. We should certainly make the case to Welsh Government that they shouldn't be dangling us on a short string when we're delivering essential services with this money. But nevertheless, you know, we need to be brave about this. And the final point I'll make on that is that if we are really committed to fair work, we've got to be committed it not just to our own staff, but to those we commission. And if we treat some of our own staff very poorly, we are even worse in terms of our commissioning with third sector organisations. Where I mean, I came across, not this year, a couple of, when I first started, a case where we literally paid a third sector organisation a year in arrears for work they'd already done. And again, that affects the organisation, but more it affects the staff they employ, because they don't have the resilience to continue, you know, to just sort of pay all the staff salaries, hoping that they'll get it back eventually. So what I'm really saying is let's make this a wake-up call to ourselves to really review both how we commission services and how we treat our own services, in terms of not moving away from short-term contracts, except where they are very obviously a short-term experiment that we are genuinely trying to find out whether it works. And that's not the same as doing a pilot where we know that whether it works or not, we're not going to be able to mainstream it. So that's why. Apologies if I'm a bit intemperate about this. I think we're really important. We had this about the Children's Charter earlier. It's really important, if we say we believe in something, that we do it.
Well, principles are only worth anything if we live them. You know, so that's the same for any organisation, hopefully, on the matter of fair work and everything related to that. I think I'm going to turn to the chair of the People and Culture Committee, but ask him to consider on an agenda appropriate to look at that. On the commissioning, I think, to Steve in particular, maybe to consider the commissioning and the model we use and the way we go about the commissioning. I think that does need looking at.
Incidentally, I do want to make clear, because you're looking at Steve, you know, Steve has got a lot on his agenda, so I understand that. So I don't want that to be taken as criticism of a relatively new member of staff.
No,
but
that's fine.
Nevertheless.
That's fine. No. On Hywel Dda, by the way, you've noted rightly that a proportion of our population use Hywel Dda health services, particularly sort of from the south of Dolgellau. So it's something rightly that Hywel Dda have flagged up for us to consider any implications. But also, I think there's a reverse possibility where we could consider what services are we also able to offer to our neighbouring health boards, and indeed perhaps we can give that some consideration also. Before Camilla comes back, and I'll bring Claire in, and then Camilla, there's quite a lot. Karen. Sorry, Karen. Exactly, yes. So Karen, then Claire, and can I just appeal for people to look at the clock as well, because we're in danger of debating everything that concern on this item if we're not careful. So home in on the report that's in front of us, please. Okay, so Karen first.
I'll be as succinct as Claire, Dylan. Just on our next one. We've got the list of the objectives, and I think it articulates quite clearly about the point that Gareth just raised. But I think generally speaking, it's about the how, and it's not for this meeting, but I think where is this going to be overseen, and what are the steps that we are going to take? So in particular, the one that It's the very last one around sorry, I said I'd be succinct and my page is just whizzed. Around contribute to the environmental, economic, social and cultural well-being of North Wales. It's quite loose. So, you know, when we get to the actions on that, it's how do we monitor that and monitor progress and what does success look like on these new objectives really, and where will we review that?
Good point. Okay, Camilla, perhaps you'd like to respond to some of those matters that have been raised, and then I think Claire, you want to say something? Let's see what Camilla has to say about some of the issues first, though, in case you can preempt anything else.
Okay, so in terms of the future presentations to the board on this matter, I think it would be helpful for us to set out a sort of a strategy work plan potentially for the year, so that you can see things that are in train and can come through to the appropriate committee as required. I think it's fair to say that the work that we are doing in terms of strategy development is at an early stage, and so there is something that we will be able to bring, I think, in the next report, which sets out more clearly what we're doing in relation to developing our strategic intent, what we're doing in terms of the 10-year strategy, and also how we're building on the work around challenge services, which is forming our kind of clinical services plan phase 1 to deliver the kind of fuller clinical services plan phase 2. In terms of the wellbeing objectives, as I said, they're very important in relation to helping inform our planning. So in terms of what we can do, there is something that we can do in relation to setting those out as planning guidance and making sure that when people are producing their plans at all different levels, that they are referring back to those, that they're the kind of touchstones. But then also we have a responsibility when we're reviewing plans to make sure that there is that alignment as well. And then there is that other piece specifically around, you know, key actions that need to fall out of this in order to be able to give assurance that we are actually implementing the objective. So I hope that's okay on those two elements.
Great, diolch yn iawn. Claire, anything? And Russ, anything to add?
Please, just governance points, Chair. And so just to let the rest of the board know that we did discuss the draft wellbeing objectives twice at the PPHP over recent months. So I just wanted to let the board know that we wanted to recommend these objectives to the board today, albeit with all the caveats of things people have said. So, and I think what's important to reference is that I think it is clear in the paper that these will form part of our 10-year strategy. So they're not going to sit as an independent document. They will inform and be a key part of our 10-year plan. So I think that's just important to note that it's going to be a fundamental part of where we head with things. One of the things no one's mentioned, but I need to have it on the record, I think, is that it's good to get the Towing and Penley situations in the public domain, but we've been far too long in developing a timetable for action here. I think the Towing change happened 2 years ago on a temporary basis. So I just think it's important for us to note that we have to get much better at moving to the action phase when we've made some kind of short-term intermediate decisions.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Russ.
Diolch, thanks, yes. I think really just to comment back on some of the points, so fully supportive of the direction of travel, of course, and the elements contained within the report in terms of the wellbeing and health of our employees and staff. I think there is an element of us just to be in consideration just around how we get that strategic direction. So we're very clear what those services look like, and then we can be more definitive in terms of moving to that substantive model. Whilst we like those directions, clearly, if we move to that full substantive model, we build commercial risk, and then we move into underlying deficit. And then we have difficulty then if some services are built on resources that are then withdrawn. So I think building that strategic model and being very clear around where our future intent lies, and then investing in those areas substantively, I think is a key element for us. And that will then give that clarity, of course, to our employees and the wider workforce. Doing it in the way that we are at the moment and then moving to a full substantive model, I think builds a lot of commercial risk. And so we just need to be doing that with our eyes open. So it's just to make those points, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Diolch yn iawn. Carol. Oh, sorry, Steve, and then Carol, to wrap up. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a bit of a theme developing around the need to improve our service planning and the outcomes that we want for our local populations. But then equally recognising, as Russ has said, we then need, as a board, need to prioritise our resources because we won't be able to do everything, unfortunately. And so it's how we work through that process in a structured way. But I think, we can definitely improve that area of the way we do business for sure.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate summary. Steve, Carol.
Yeah, couple of points. This is the first of what will be a regular report, and it's great that we're actually getting into that strategic planning space now, and we've got a very challenging and ambitious time scale on developing the 10-year strategy, the clinical services plan, on the back of challenge services, etc. We can learn from Helvar. They've been at this for some time, and Phil Clure, who's my counterpart in Helvar, he and I have regular conversations. I'm really keen that we fully engage with the Helvar clinical services plan. They will offer to come and speak with us or whomever, and I know they'll be working with the planning teams together, so we can learn from them and we can influence their plan going forward. Just in terms of Tewin and Pendley, in terms of service change, I think we have to build the right level of sort of organisational capability for service change, because what is clear is NHS services can't stay the same, so we have to develop systems and processes to do this. I think there's actually been a bit more going on under the bonnet than we've put in the report, to be fair, in terms of Tewin. Lots of engagement. We've been there, chatted with local community members, so we know that, that there's a lot happening there. Got to put that in that formal process a lot earlier, and then bring visibility to that. So we've got that now. We've also got the strategic planning and service change executive group that will be the mechanism for the engine room of this. And I'm just trying to hold myself back on opening a discussion on Fair Work, Gareth. But, I will be at David's committee when we get into it, because there are great things about having short-term opportunities as well for development and learning, but there's some big downsides. So I think then we've got to think quite flexibly, and Russ's points about underpinning that with the right investment. So this is going to be a really key report. My thanks to Camilla. We've already had great discussions about planning the route for the strategy and the CSP, which we'll be bringing back before too long.
Diolch yn iawn. Gawn ni hefyd nodi yr hyn mae Bwr Iechyd Prifysgol Hywel Dda wedi rhannu efo ni ar ymgynghori ar eu cynllun clinigol nhw, sydd yn rhedeg o mis Mehefin, cyntaf Mehefin neu diwedd Mai i ddiwedd Awst, cyfnod o 3 mis felly ar gyfer ymgynghori. Bydd angen i ni ymateb i hynny. Bydd rhaid i ni feddwl beth yw drefn i ymateb a beth yw drefn i bwrdd cymeradwyo yr ymateb yna. Gai ofyn i ni nodi hynny o'r cyfarfod yma heddiw, os gwelwch yn dda, a bydd angen i'r bwrdd cymeradwyo unrhyw ymateb. Felly mae angen y drafodaeth i ddigwydd ac unrhyw argymhellion gyda ni, neu syniadau gyda ni, bwysig iawn i ni fanteisio ar y cyfle yna. Hefyd, anwch i gymeradwyo y cynllun sydd wedi edrych ar ein ar y cynlluniau i gynnal trafodaethau felly yn Hywyn a Henry, angen i ni gymeradwyo y camau yna, os gwelwch yn dda. And as well as that, also approving the Health Board well-being objectives. Pawb yn hapus i gymeradwyo hynna i gyd? Diolch yn iawn, a diolch yn iawn i Camilla a pawb arall sydd bod yn rhan o wneud adroddiad yna, adroddiad pwysig iawn, diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Iawn, pawb yn hapus, felly diolch yn iawn am y drafodaeth yna, nifer o wedi codi yn sgil yr adroddiad. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, 2588, da ni'n rhedeg chydig bach yn hwyr, just nodi hynny, cyn i unrhyw un dechrau neud unrhyw anerchiad. Yr eitem nesa ydy sylfaenu'r dyfodol Foundations for the Future sydd wedi cael gryn dipyn o wrandawiad dros y wythnosau diwetha. Carol i gyflwyno, da ni'n croesawu George hefyd i roi unrhyw fanylion i. Carol, gyda.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks very much. Yes, I'm just going to do a little bit of an introduction, and I'm really pleased George Roberts is here with us to fill in some of the colour. And I recognise some board members will have had a briefing on this in the past, so we're not going to start from from scratch, so to speak. This is the programme that really helps us to better serve the needs of the population of North Wales through becoming a more effective organisation. And just as we've had a discussion today, I've heard things like we're too slow at this and the decision making around that, and short-term money's here and the strategy there. So actually all of the things that we've been discussing about how we want to take forward the organisation are in some part reliant on how we organise ourselves. So no pressure, George, this is a big programme of work, isn't it? But it is absolutely essential that we grab hold of this. We did some discovery work back last year, gathered a huge range of really valuable insights, both from people who work in the organisation, but also those who work with us. And that report was published in November 24. That has led us to now what is the design phase. So what you've got in front of you is the outline design of the operating model. If I can just stress, I know you will have read the paper, but I would stress it anyway. So this is not just about structures. Structures is the last part. It's everything else that goes with it is really important. And actually the board has built the work along the way. If we look at our values, for example, we've just had a discussion about strategic direction. If we think about culture work, there's a lot already going on in this space. So we're at outline design, and we would be looking to move to a more detailed design. But if I hand over to George to pick up the reins.
Well, George, croeso.
Rhodol Paw, George Roberts dwi, cyfarwyddol cyswllt gwasanaethau pobl. So during the summer of 2023, a series of independent reviews, engagement with colleagues and stakeholders, as well as other sources of insight, identified a need to review the organisation's operating model. So how it's set up and how it works. The Foundations of the Future programme has become a major priority for the board and is one of our 4 major change programmes within the Health Board. An operating model describes the core components of how an organisation should work in order to successfully deliver its purpose and strategic objectives. We are using Tushman and O'Reilly's leading organisational change and renewal model, which describes the need for organisations to become ambidextrous, as Carol mentioned earlier. So that's dealing with the here and now, but also the medium and longer term planning. Most importantly, the model highlights the need to give equal weight to the 5 elements that make an operating model successful. So strategy, culture, people, structure, and processes. We are using a structured, evidence-based approach to this programme, comprising of 3 stages: discover, design, and delivery. As Carol said, we're currently within the design phase, having completed the discovery phase last year. During the design phase, we have used a 6-step evidence-based methodology as described within the paper. You will see within the paper 5 work streams that sit under the overarching programme with their high-level outcomes, along with more detailed products which are being developed as a result of continued engagement with colleagues and feedback from external partners and bodies. All phases have involved and continue to involve our staff in the co-creation of the model. Listening and learning to the staff's knowledge and experience, as well as looking at external organisations from within Wales, the UK and further afield, has been hugely valuable and informative, especially in relation to step 4 and the understanding of the organisational perspectives. But it's also helped us shape the number of products that sit within the 5 work streams of the programme. As well as looking at strategy, culture, people and processes, In order to be successful, the Health Board needs an organisational structure that enables the improvement of health and well-being of the population and the provision and commissioning of high value healthcare services. There are only a limited number of models, and learning from other successful healthcare organisations within the United Kingdom and from the information and evidence gathered within the steps of the programme so far, it has become clear that a core model comprising of an integrated primary and community care place-based provision, a regional, secondary and specialist service-based provision, and a corporate provision should be adopted as an organisational structure to have the best chance of becoming high-performing and delivering excellent patient outcomes for the people of North Wales. Work is currently underway to further engage on the services that will be placed within each of the core elements of the model. Initially, contributions over the last few weeks have been extremely helpful, and over the summer months, further discussion on the detailed work will take place should the board support the direction of travel. Looking forward, there are a number of key aspects of preparation that are now essential ahead of the delivery phase, which are detailed within the report. In terms of timelines, with the board support, we are looking to undertake the detailed design work in relation to structures and finalise the prioritised work and the other work streams over the summer. In the autumn, a further report will come to the board containing the details of the structures proposal, and if approved, early implementation will take place in Q4. Progress and oversight will be continued to be overseen by the People and Culture Committee. Questions?
Carol, anything to add?
Nothing further. We do have executive team colleagues who are leads of work streams, so there may be contributions there as necessary.
Diolch yn iawn. Reit, unrhyw sylwadau a cwestiynau dilyn y cyflwyniad yna gan George? Unrhyw eisiau holi'n cwestiwn? Fel mae Carol di nodi, dyn ni wedi cael sesiwn yn cael yn briffio yn ddiweddar oedd yn eitha cynhwysfawr ac yn ddefnyddiol, ond mae'r gyfle eto i holi heddiw. Dwi'n gweld mae Dyfed yn codi llaw ar Ian yn y gystal. Cychwyn dros at y ti, Dyfed.
Diolch. I ddechrau, dwi eisiau diolch i George ac i Ffion Johnson sydd wedi bod yn arwain y gwaith yma ac wedi dod â hwn i ni heddiw. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni mewn lle pwysig heddiw yn edrych ar hwnna. Dwi'n gwybod bod pobl isio y manylion mewn ffordd o be mae o'n mynd i edrych fel, ond dwi'n meddwl o edrych ar hwn heddiw, da ni yn gam pwysig iawn ymlaen ar y siwrna yna. Ger bod hwn yn ista o ran trosolwg o dan y pwyllgor dwi'n gadeirio, mae o'n rhywbeth sydd yn mynd ar draws y pwyllgorau ac ar draws y bwrdd i gyd, dim rhywbeth strwythur, dim rhywbeth pobl yn unig, mae hynny mor bwysig. A dwi'n meddwl y neges pwysig i mi, allai i bobl sy'n gwrando heddiw ydy pwysigrwydd hwn ar ddiwedd y dydd i'r gwasanaethau maen nhw'n ei dderbyn. Dyna beth ydy pwrpas hwn, dim aildrefnu mwyn aildrefnu i hwn. Mae hwn yn broses sy'n mynd i wella y gwasanaeth mae pobl yn ei dderbyn, a dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n bwysig. A mynd yn ôl mae'n cael ei grybwyll yn yr adroddiad pwynt Gareth a sawl un arall am sut ydym ni'n gwneud siŵr bod y gwasanaethau yna yn cymunedau ni, sut mae'r gwasanaethau'n gweithio ar draws yn hytrach nag i fyny ag i lawr, a mae hynny'n mynd i fod yn bwysig. Felly diolch am y gwaith sydd wedi digwydd a edrych ymlaen i weld y datblygiadau bellach. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn, Dyfed. Fel cadeirydd Pwyllgor Pobl a diwylliant sydd yn cael y gorolwg o'r gwaith fel sydd cael ei nodi. Felly diolch am sylwadau. Yna, Rhian.
Yeah, obviously support what's happening, and I think as well as being the foundations for the future, we've got to try and make it future proof as well, haven't we, at the same time. I suppose another strand I would like to see is how we'll be refocusing finance to support these particular pillars and core activities. That's not for now, but I think it's something that I'll look forward to with interest. Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn am y sylw yna. Claire?
I just wanted to thank George and the team, because I know there's been so much work going into this, and I think as a board sometimes we've been a little frustrated about pace, but I know that this is one of those things where you have to go slow to go fast. You have to spend time at this phase in getting this right for the future. And then once we've got to that point, implementation can go up the pace. And this for me is the fundamental block to helping us deliver all the change that we want to make. Because this will affect our culture, how people work with each other. And I agree with Carol, the structures is almost the least important. If people feel empowered, if they feel trusted, if they know what their role is, they've got the skills to do it, we will address many of the issues we spend a lot of time talking about. So I wanted to just say that, yeah, I am one of those people that sometimes thinks, come on, but actually we're doing this right and doing it in the right way and at the right pace. And that will mean, picking up Rhiann's point, you know, it will get embedded and it will make that fundamental long-term change that we need. And I think we know from experience, and some of these things have perhaps taken place faster in the past, they haven't been embedded, which is why we're doing this work again now. So thank you for that.
Well, Claire, Chris, Tina, sir.
Thanks, Chair. In the very short period of time I've been in this role, I've become increasingly convinced that this is the way that we achieve all of our longer term goals, and I don't think there's any other way that we could do it. So I'm very excited about this, and I think actually we all have cause to be very excited about this, and I'm grateful to the effort that's been put in to now. I wonder whether, and without piling work onto other colleagues, we also need to ride two horses to an extent alongside this, including the estates rationalisation strategies and a real plan around that, because I wonder whether we come to a point where we almost run out of road, or we haven't yet built the bridge to enact this to its full extent. But so exciting, it feels like we're right on the precipice of a metamorphosis. Is that too much of a strong word? But
Diane, Shri.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to kind of, the members of the board would have noted that this is not just a simple structural change, but I think one of the big risks in the organization like Betsy is that we've seen that throughout the history, there's so much of organizational history with the members, and people have moved on and nobody is there to capture all that. And there's a risk of duplication of things that we have already done and redone and all this. I think this one actually captures all that. So it actually mitigates the risk of structural change just because we are doing this. I think the foundation. So I think it hasn't been tried before. I haven't seen anywhere it's been done. So I think it's kind of an opportunity for the organization to capture all that. I think it's the next step is to how do you reassure the employees, everybody in the organization, to say that this is not about losing them. This is about capturing everything what we already have.
And in response, I'm going to throw a really challenging question in, because it's the question that people, if I go out shopping over the weekend, somebody will come to me and say, I watched your board meeting and I got really excited about foundations for the future. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Because I've been on a waiting list for 3 years, or I was in an emergency department for 24 hours, or everything else. What does it mean for the population in terms of helping those improved health and well-being outcomes? You know, everything we do, and this is a huge program, everything we do has that aim. Also, if a member of staff were to stop me, what would I say? What does this mean for our staff? I think those are the two questions of everything that are the standout ones, if I can be bold to suggest that, but others have raised similar matters as well. So I can ask you to have a think about those and the response. I think that's what people, our staff and our public would want to know. We're changing for a reason, otherwise we keep doing the same thing, wouldn't we? So there must be something that we are eager to change. I'll bring George and then you, Carol, to give your thoughts on that.
I'm going to try and keep it brief, Dover, because I'm aware of time, but everything here interlinks. So all of the elements, each of the work streams don't work on their own. They have to work as an interlinked thing, and that's where the power in this is, I think, and that's where the ability to change things for the population is. So, you know, by working across the health board from a patient perspective, they will be potentially seen quicker. They will have a more of a seamless route through their patient journey. So we're putting the foundations in terms of that bit. In terms of staff as well, so for wider opportunities to develop and increase skills and clinical practice, which leads to more job satisfaction, which means to, you know, better interactions with each other and with patients, and etc., etc. So that's my very short, condensed version, but I'll see if
Carol, some thoughts on that?
Diane, George, I think that's right. You've asked me this question before,
Yeah.
with a better answer than I'm
gonna
going
keep asking
to say. You know, and let's turn it up on its head. So George is absolutely right. I think this is about helping our colleagues across the health board at all levels, whatever they do, to be able to do their job, to know what their job is to start off with, to be able to do their job and to enjoy their job. Because actually, if we've got those three things, they will deliver for patients. We've got staff delivering for patients day in, day out. So that already, but it is often too hard to do that. Too many obstacles. We've had lots and lots of feedback about this. But we've also got to get that clear strategic direction. We've got to stop the firefighting of today, as we go back to Rhian's question at the start, and get that strategic approach. So on page 11, I'm going to try and simplify that into one sentence in terms of your question, David. But the 5 key outcomes are really clear for this programme, and Chris's comments, absolutely right. If we can do this well, this will change the organisation. We're not going to say it's going to happen by spring of 2026. It will keep evolving, but we will have made really significant steps forward, and patients should feel the difference. If I can just comment on a couple of other things, there will be, somebody asked, Rhian asked about refocusing finance, and it's more than money. I think it's where we put our resource to get the best outcomes. So under the people stream, for example, I think we've got a lot of investment to put into developing staff in the organisation. Jason and I have talked about learning and development, you know, and how we do that, particularly around general management, but about many other things as well. So I think there is a task about where we put our resources to be able to deliver this. But the test will be, are we improving patient outcomes and experience? Absolutely. So that will be the fundamental part, because that's what this is there to do.
Absolutely. Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am yr adroddiad yna ar gwaith, yna lot fawr o waith yn digwydd, ac mae'n amserlen digon uchelgeisiol, da ni'n wybodol yn ei, ond mae'n bwysig bod ni'n gweithio at yr amserlen yna. Da ni gyd yn hapus i gymeradwyo y rhaglen yma ar amserlen, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch fawr iawn i chi. Mae rwan just wedi hanner di 11. Dwi'n awgrymu bod ni'n cael toriad o 10 munud, ail ymgynnull 20 munud i 12, os gwelwch yn dda, mwyn parhau, da ni'n rhedeg ar ei holi cael ei bach. Felly rhyw 8 neu 10 munud o doriad. Diolch fawr iawn. Reit, croeso nôl. Diolch am ail ymuno â ni. A dyn ni'n symud ymlaen gyda'n rhaglen ar eitem 2589 ar agenda, sef adroddiad ar raglenni allweddol. Dyn ni'n croesawu Geraint ac Erica aton ni. Diolch fawr iawn i chi am ddod aton ni heddiw. Dwi'n droi at Carol gynta i roi gair o gyflwyniad wedyn troi at chi'ch dau. Diolch fawr iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Board members will be very familiar with the 4 major change programmes. We talk about them a lot. We've just had an item on one of them this morning. What we haven't discussed as much around this board table are the other key programmes that we are driving forward, and there are a number of them. This is the first report, and a bit in the same vein as the strategic direction and planning report earlier. This is the start, and this will develop pretty rapidly now as we progress through. And I think we might have mentioned the strategic planning and service change group that we've established now as a key mechanism to oversee a range of programmes and to ensure that we've got the right lines of governance and reporting and confidence for delivery, which Garrett's going to cover in a little while. One of the things I think we need to be mindful of is that at the moment, some of these programmes of work look like they're either a capital programme or a digital programme. We've got to move to the next level of maturity, which is these are about service programmes and improving services and care. So we're at a certain level now with a clear route map to mature as we move forward. A lot of important work in here. So Garrett's just going to give us a little bit more of the flavour of the process and the work that we're going to do to improve our approach to these things.
Diolch Carol, diolch Cadeirydd. Geraint Parry dwi o dyn Trawsnewydd yn falch o dod i bwrdd heddiw i gyflwyno yr adroddiad bwysig am y bwrdd an important paper for the board in terms of our service change. And as Carol's already alluded to, it's about how we draw through that strong golden thread about service change and not being about the capital elements or the digital elements. So all of these programmes have an element of workforce redesign around them or changes in ways of working and opportunities for us to rethink and reimagine the way in which we deliver services for our patients and our population. We're strengthening, as Carol's said, in terms of the arrangements. So the 4 major change programmes have programme board arrangements, and we're bringing that stronger governance around the way in which we manage these. So it's pleasing to be able to bring them together in one report as the first report. It's a relatively long report in terms of providing some of the background and some of the history around some of these so that the board is decisive on what some of the challenges are. You'll recognise some commonalities through each of the programmes. These come with typically with work with external contractors or DHCW nationally or cost advisors, etc. So some of the inherent challenges around how we manage some aspects of those or integration from a digital perspective. But as we say, we're bringing this service change and strategic plan group together now, which will really drive through how this actually impacts on the outcomes that we're trying to drive for our population. And really just presenting through as we mature the approach, really, both in terms of what we present to the board, but what we bring to the committees of the board as well, in terms of our delivery confidence. So how well do we think we are? Are we on track for timelines? Where there are challenges in terms of the course correction, using some of the similar principles that we've done with annual delivery plan monitoring, etc. So as I say, it's pitched for discussion and make sure that everybody's excited at this stage, and we've got colleagues in the room that can help support in terms of the questioning. So I think rather than delve into the detail of the individual programmes at this stage, I think we just keep it high level. I'm sure you've all read the paper, etc., and we'll go from there.
Diolch yn fawr, Geraint. Erica, wyt ti isio mynegu unrhyw beth?
Dwi jyst yn meddwl cwestiwn ar y wefan.
Wrth gwrs, na, mi fydd y gwestiynau, dwi'n siŵr. Diolch fawr iawn. Do you want to say something at this stage before all the questions come? So you sort of preempt. That's my hope, anyway.
I'm conscious that my area of expertise is delivering a capital project, but that is an enabler to the service, and it's an enabler to making the changes to the people. So although it's a key element, and if we don't deliver on our
areas, it delays other areas. The report has got quite a bit of detail, and I'm happy to expand on areas as members of the board see fit.
Yeah. Great, thank you very much. I think that was well put to it, actually, in terms of that enabling. And if I may stress, trying to work out how long you've been with us, Stuart. Is it 3, 4 months?
It's 4 months.
4 months.
Not quite 4 months.
4 months and how many days?
Well, in that 4 months, Stuart has done tremendous work, I've got to say, accomplished a great deal. Some of these projects have been lying in a black hole for a decade, actually. Let's be completely open about that. So the work that Stuart has done has been absolutely tremendous, and I want to thank him for his enthusiasm and his approach, and really the way he's hit the ground running with all of this. So we're really grateful for all the efforts you've done, Stuart. Absolutely fantastic work. Lots of challenges, of course, but really key work. So diolch fawr iawn.
Yeah.
Right. Cwestiynau gynta, Claire wedyn Rhian.
Diolch. I guess perhaps first just a few comments around the digital programmes.
As our digital champion.
Yes. So the paper says, I guess I read the recommendations really closely because it asks us from an assurance perspective to be assured that the executive team are all over this, because actually, which I know they are, because what's in the paper is quite worrying in parts for many of the programmes. So we see different challenges, but issues with, if I take the electronic health record programme, we're only at the stage now where we can socialise. That really means just letting everybody know about it, because Welsh Government have asked us to pause, and also we haven't been able to put any of our own resources in this year to maintain progress. And that one for me is really worrying, because that one is so fundamental to foundations for the future. And we have done some great work so that's one I can say, because I've been involved in it and I see the papers and I've been to the meeting. There is a really robust programme management approach to that one, which is what we want to implement for other areas. But we're now at a stage where we've got a great process and approach we're following, not able to make the progress we need to at the pace we need to. So I guess it's what can we do as a board to help unblock some of those things. And I know at budget time, I would have been really championing making some resource available. I know that would have been at the expense of something else, but we've really got to find ways to keep progress going with some of these. And then with others, they're different issues. So with the prescribing one, is that called, I get confused with the acronym, VPMA. The challenge with that one is we've got the money, but we haven't got the people, or we've got and other issues to deliver. Potentially there are risks with delivering on time. So, and that links back to, I don't want to bring Fair Work into the conversation again, please, but challenges because we've got really short-term contracts, we can't get people with the skills. So we've got the money there, but we've got some real risks around taking that one forward. And then I think on some of the capital ones, I know that we've got money potentially identified with Welsh Government, but we've really got to get to a position where we know exactly what we're able to do, what we can do, what we want to do. And there's some redesign, and some of those programmes have stalled. And I think there's potentially some risks that we might lose some resource there. So I guess what I'm saying is I am worried about the items in the paper, probably all of them. It's good to see it aired in this way. If we can adopt the way we've been working through things like the EHR programme, then I think we'll start to get some better structures in place to get them delivered and to give us the board confidence around our ability to take forward major change programmes. Because yeah, they're not buildings, or they're not just IT projects. They are about the way we want to work and deliver services in the future. So, job.
Great. Diolch very iawn. Rhian, nesa.
A very basic point. On the cover sheet, you give partial assurance. And if you give partial assurance, you should be justifying or saying what steps are being taken to give us better assurance. And I'm not quite seeing that yet. you know, how are we unblocking some of these blocks? How can we support as a board, you know, recruitment restrictions, procurement issues, things doubling in cost, you know, reprioritising. I think I'd like a bit more help in understanding what we're doing to overcome these things. Or do we just reach a point and say, right, can't see a way forward on this, scrap it. You know, you draw a line under that and you move on to something else. And I think that's what I'd like to see in the next iteration. If you're giving a partial assurance, as to how you're going to increase that level of assurance.
Right. Gareth?
Russ.
No, Gareth?
Yeah, thank you. So just a couple of points. This is a really naive question. On LIMS and RISP, and I know these are ones that are being managed nationally, were there not existing models that we could have used? I mean, presumably pathology and radiology services are delivered elsewhere in the UK. And I know that generally we're behind the curve on most of our IT. So, you know, I mean, is it being made more complicated than it needs to be is the question. The second question on the mental health, the HR, which hasn't been paused, I'm glad to see, but I know it takes 6 months from advertising to contracting. Is that, you know, I've been on the receiving end of procurement and I know that it's quite complex, but that seems an awfully long time, even for a major contract. And then more positively, perhaps on the two construction contracts, I mean, like you stole my thunder a bit, David, because I did want to say I think Stuart's, you know, doing what we need more of, which is standing back, looking at things quite with a fresh pair of eyes. But I did have this sort of bit of question I prepared earlier. So I think I know the answer, but I think it's worth having the answer, which is, it only occurred to me the second time I sort of heard about this. Well, if we're knocking down the old Ablet to make this affordable, what were we going to do with the old Ablet building in the original proposal, which is a bit scary because I know that's been through my committee at a very early stage. So what space are we losing? What were we going to use that for? And I think that also fits into on the other point, on the Alex. There's a lovely line which says that you know, we can shrink the scheme a bit by ensuring that the building does not simply become offices or storage. Well, yeah, I mean, offices are important, but they need to be scaled appropriately. But, you know, do we really need lots and lots of space for storage? So that's my leading question.
Okay, so on just on those two, I'm going to bring Stuart in. I know Russ wants to say something to give us lots of assurance about all the finance. I know. A wedyn nawn ni ddod y gerig a gerig am mewn unrhyw sylwadau wedyn Carol Glod. So Stuart, on those matters that Gareth, without going to any architectural drawings or anything at this stage, but
Yeah. So I think for the Ablet, the original focus was on 9,136 square meters of new build. And I think focus is on that rather than what happens to the existing. I believe the intent was to use it for further storage and office areas rather than a clinical space. The new strategy effectively supports strategic estate rationalisation by reducing our floor area by, I think it's from about 4,700 square meters, by getting rid of the Ablet. And this then also takes about 1.5 million off our backlog. So in terms of estate rationalisation, we're ticking that box whilst actually trying to mitigate costs. It's a bit of a win-win, really. I just need to convince some other people on that. But yeah, so that's the Ablet and the Royal Alex. The schedule of accommodation, which has been drafted for the existing building, detaching the modular, because we've kind of treated that separately, really assumes 100% use of the building. I think it's on like 318 or 381 members of staff in there. The open conversation is, do you really think there's that many people who go there every day? No. So if there aren't, why do we need it? And it then begins to mitigate our risk, and it shows Welsh Government they're actually strategically looking and not using space just because we've got it.
Yeah, fine, we are. Russ, wedyn I ddod gyda Erica, wedyn Carol I gloi.
Diolch, Chair. So, really welcome the report, building on the visibility of what's happening and really note the earlier comments. So I think there are some far more pertinent risks in terms of some of these projects that we need to be discussing personally. But the infrastructure and the capital works are really key, of course. So as initial report, I think that's useful for us to get visibility of those.
Yeah.
I'd second your comments on Stuart as well. I think he's made a fabulous job as coming into role and giving us that clarity on the developments. I think I'd make just another comment in terms of there's been substantial levels of investment within our corporate functions supported through allocations through Welsh Government. And so I don't recognise that we have that funding gap in my view. So we'll go and have a look at why we believe we have that resource shortfall. What I'll give members reassurance of is that this aligns to an agenda that PFIC have requested. So looking at corporate functions, investments that's happened over time. So we'll be assessing that, but there is substantial investment in there to support these elements. In addition to that, individual projects are also allocated additional resources as well. So resources on top of a core baseline substantive investment. So we'll try to understand why there are constraints there. And we will have a look at why there are recruitment issues as well that are pertained to within the report. Clearly those have not been flagged through to myself, but we'll get under the hood of those and make the report more comprehensive going forwards. I think just a brief comment as well in regards to one of Gareth's points in terms of that procurement process. It is quite complex because we are building a procurement model with other health boards as well in terms of how we go forward. And I would see on this kind of project, with it being quite technical and having to have that service delivery built in, a 5 to 6 month lead-in time would probably be where we would be. Obviously, if we're not using pre-approved frameworks, you can add a 6 month delay just through an OJEC compliant model. So in some ways, these procurements can be a lot longer if we're not using a framework provider. So I think probably a 5 to 6 months is probably about the right time frame, if that helps.
Okay. Erica, did you show?
Diolch, David. So yes, and taking Rhiann's point in terms of the partial assurance, and so we'll note that for the future papers. And I think once the service change group gets up and running, there'll be a lot more management focus on a regular basis in terms of how we bring that thread between the capital, the digital, the workforce, and the service change elements. And so with,
Can't hear you.
Sorry, Alfie. So in terms of your comment about the partial assurance, what we'll note that for the future versions of the paper, but in terms of this service change and strategy group, it's going to be chaired directly by Carol. So we'll have more increased management focus around what those practical steps need to be in each of those areas, and then report through to board committees and through to the board. So we'll take that forward in terms of how we bring the different threads through and how we make sure that the workforce elements and the service change elements are very prominent in terms of what outcomes we're trying to achieve with this. So we'll certainly note that for the paper. As Russ has alluded to with the procurement elements, Erica does have a full timeline which we can share in terms of how that actually maps out. So the tenders, I think, are due to close on the 5th of June, evaluation over the summer, contract award, and then work with appointed advisors to get to full business case, etc. So it's just each step creates that natural breaks along that, but we can share the full timeline with you outside the meeting if that's helpful.
Yeah.
And then just to add with the LIMS and the risk procurement, so they're national procurements led by DHW. So the LIMS one is actually a re-procurement with the previous provider as well. It's been a 4-year programme of work, that one has. They have to make these systems work with the national landscape in Wales and the integrations with systems like the Welsh Clinical Portal and the Master Patient Index. So I think they've struggled somewhat with those integrations, and the data migration is also a challenging area for them as well.
Great, diolch yn iawn. And Carol, some comments from you to close. I think speaking on behalf of all board members, I think we welcome this report because it gives us sight of what we are calling some of the key programmes. And I think was recognising committees maybe had sight of some things in the past, but I don't think the board was fully cited. Something I have raised in the past, so it's really good to see this, and it's an opportunity for us to question and endorse and get some of this information coming through also in the public domain, which I don't think it has been previously, so our partners and the public can also see how things are developing. So in that respect, I think it's a really significant report. So diolch yn fawr i chi. Some remarks to close?
Yeah, David. So that's absolutely right. This is how we demonstrate we are developing services for the people of North Wales, and I don't think there's been sufficient visibility, and not even at committee level, I would say, let alone at the board level. So this is a start of a 10. I can see the picture, Ian, of what it would look like, you know, those strands, as Geraint has said, you know, progress in terms of the timelines, what should be happening when, and are we on track, and risk mitigation and confidence, delivery confidence levels. That will all help with the visibility and the confidence on delivery. Just to keep stressing the point of, this is about services being developed, not just capital or digital projects. So we really want to track down benefits realisation. Does it deliver what we said and hoped it would? We do have this national local thing, particularly in the digital world. I'll share another story about national digital programs. I led one, and it was notoriously challenging. If you're trying to make everyone happy, you know, that's almost impossible. And we do get funding, Claire, for specific national things, and then our local developments, we're putting in our own investment, and we're trying to be quite flexible against a range of priorities. So that's perhaps some of our challenge. We have seen quite a bit of additional investment into digital, but of course people would say not enough for the level of ambition and the gap that we would wish to cover. So thanks for the engagement in the discussion of the report. The next one will be at the next level of maturity as well. So yeah, really appreciate the work on it.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch i Geraint am ddod heddiw gyflwyno ag Erica am gefnogi. Diolch yn iawn i chi am y gwaith. A dych chi'n gweld bod pobl yn gwerthfawrogi y droddiad yma, os mae'n rhoi cyfle i ni gael golwg ar yr rhaglenni allweddol yna, felly diolch yn iawn i chi hynny. Reit, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad ag i dderbyn y cadarnhad o'r camau dyn ni'n cymryd ar y wahanol prosiectau ysgol yna. Pawb yn hapus efo hynny. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Diolch eto am y gwaith. Symudwn ni ymlaen at reitem nesaf 2590. Dyn ni'n rhedeg yn hwyr chydig bach, ryw 20 munud, jyst i gadw hynna mewn cof. Cynllun blynyddol, cynnydd chwarter 4 ac yna yr golwg ar y flwyddyn nesaf yn ogystal. Dwi'n yn siŵr pwy sy'n cyflwyno. Geraint eto, achos mae Geraint yn camu mewn, dwi'n meddwl i bod mae Paolo a ydy i ffwrdd yn Eisteddfod yr Urdd, ond ddim yn cystadlu ei hun, ond y teulu'n cystadlu. Felly, diolch yn iawn i Geraint am cyflwyno. Diolch yn iawn, dros at y ti.
Diolch eto, Cadeirydd. Papur y cynllun, edrych yn ôl at y flwyddyn diwetha ac ymlaen at 25-26, so a look back and a look forward. If I take you to page 3 on the report, I don't tend to go through each of the achievements, but pleased to say that we have a number of achievements that we've progressed throughout the year and that they're dispersed right across each of our 5 strategic objectives. And so the progress that we've made within corporate governance has been well trailed within some of our previous special measures reports and through various forums. And only last week, Angela and the team were presenting on our QMS nationally to a peer group on progress there. So in terms of building an effective organisation, stronger financial stewardship coupled with improvements in the planning process have meant the board has been able to approve its first financially balanced IMTP. And not every health board in Wales has been able to do that. Vast swathes of work underway in the culture and the leadership and capability space, not least the values and behaviours framework, and the board signing the pledge at the meeting last month. Circa 100 culture change leaders within the organisation. And I've got a couple of my team as part of that cohort feeling really enthused about their opportunity to co-design the way things are working and get those values and behaviours embedded into the way we do things every day. Strategic Objective 4 is often the barometer for the public, really, in terms of our progress, isn't it? And notwithstanding the challenges there are some good progress there, some exciting and innovative work around pharmacy, some excellent work in terms of mental health standards, And in terms of a learning organisation as well, and if we look at our concerns management, and if we take that back to the work that Carol had originally commissioned around our inquest and deep dive into some of that work and what we learned and the learning elicited that led to a new policy being approved by the board, implemented, and we've now got the best performance in Wales and other health boards asking us how we're doing in that respect. So pleasing progress across each of those 5 areas. If I take you to the top of page 5 in the report, so the numeric element, so we're reporting a completion rate of 85% within that, which members will recognise that's higher than some of the completion rates that we've seen in previous 90-day cycles or in the annual delivery plan last year. But it's important to recognise that that doesn't mean all of that was delivered in the quarter originally agreed. So there is some potential incremental delays and some learning to reflect on as we look forward. I think perhaps the most important thing I want to just draw attention to in this space, though, is that not all things within the plan are equal. And so it's just not looking at the fact that it's 85% as the single metric of our success. And we're sort of acknowledging that we've matured our approach to this stage, but we need to improve that further and evolve. So really starting to think about our impact on our outcomes and how that's changing lives, so the population that we serve. And I'll touch back on that in a moment in terms of the look forward. If at the top of page 6, I could just draw people's attention to the change controls. So obviously, anything that hasn't been delivered, we go through an exercise to make sure that nothing is lost. Very cognizant of the fact that it's already a very long delivery plan for 25, 26 and didn't want to be overloading. So people had already anticipated areas in developing the INTP that would be a challenge. And so we've been able to map across the vast majority of things to existing policies. A small number have been re-evaluated and proposed for retiring, and there's just the one element in Stuart's area that we're proposing therefore to add, so we've managed to minimise the impact from that perspective. And as I say, the appendix is there with the delivery for the 25-26. It is that vast programme of work that our 20,000 workforce can recognise within that, but we also recognise the challenges that provides for you as a board in terms of that. So we're very much trying to think about how we lift it up a level. It's about that step change that we make in the difference in some of the patient-facing elements in strategic objective 4. Pam has undertaken some mapping of the sub-objectives, the 1A, 1B, 1C to the board committees. And so really I'm aware that conversations are starting really about those committees and the areas in their purview. What are the 5 or 6 outcomes that we really want to see change within those areas that can really make a difference? And if we come behind that with the reporting as well and start to think about, actually, it's not just about 300 or 400 milestones and what thing against that, but actually saying, how is that sub-objective going against what we'd say as the outcomes we were hoping would be delivered? So the constant maturing of the approach, I think we learned a lot through the 3 90-day cycles. We've built on that during 24-25, and I think we've got in our sights how we can make further improvements and keep evolving this moving forward. So it concludes with the recommendation, hopefully, to receive assurance on how we've progressed, importantly, if seeking approval for the change control and in terms of the approach moving forward. So happy to see you come with question now. Happy to take questions. I'm sure my colleagues from the executive team will be able to help with some of that. And perhaps if I just hand to Carol and see if there's anything that she just wants to add to that.
So just on that, important point you made on the 85%, the 15% may be the most important bit of it. So it's important that whilst we are encouraged by, for example, 85%, it's important that we cited on also things that we haven't managed to achieve in that time scale, because they may be the 15% may be the most important. I'm sure that's not the case, but the point.
I think we can certainly recognise within that 15% some of the elements around care and cancer that's well within
absolutely
the yeah. Board, yeah.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn. So, cwestiynau, no sylwadau, na I ddod at Rhian, yn y cyfle I Geraint a Carol ddod yn ôl ar y diwedd. Rhian gynta, wedyn le.
Just with hindsight, were the 314 milestones the right ones? Was just a question. The second one, for compassionate leadership, we've got 16 out of 16 that have been delivered. Job isn't done though, is it? So it's the case of the sustainability and how it's embedded and integrated and so on. So just ticking off milestones doesn't do it for me particularly, but I realise the context in which it's set. And then when we're looking at the 25-26, it's a question I raised earlier. we have now got to overlay or underlay or whatever you do, the MAG and the CAB-SEX change of direction or change of emphasis into the annual plan, and we're already well into the annual plan as well. So that's just the added complication. So just a few comments going back and one going forward.
Alan, we'll come back to that in a minute in terms of the response. So Claire, we do Caroline.
No, really good report. Thank you, Garrett, and really presented well. Thank you. I think the point I just wanted to make was around, it will be really helpful when we get to the stage of understanding of the 300 objectives which can sit with which committee for closer scrutiny and monitoring, because I think it's been really helpful, the approach we developed on risk now, where each committee has its own set of risks that it's looking at. And I was just conscious at PPHP we don't really have our own KPIs that we monitor and review in terms of action. So I think that's going to be a really important step this next year. And I think we'll stop perhaps some of the feeling at board sometimes that we're trying to eat an elephant, looking at things in more detail, and then the board just has the strategic oversight. I just wanted to ask a question. The report does mention around assurance around the delivery of objectives. So with a lot of objectives and an 85% delivery rate, I guess it's just a question around how the team assure themselves that when people say done, do we just go brilliant, or do we seek information that assures us that tasks have been completed?
Caroline.
Thank you. I can see in table 1, section 4 on improving quality and outcomes and experience, 138 out of 167 deliverables have been completed. But the ones that really worry me are the challenge services. Sorry if I sound like a record cron in we say in Welsh, but there are lots of things here. We really need to make progress. We've got lots of things that are not delivered on. Dermatology, ophthalmology, plastic surgery, and urology in particular. QSC had a presentation on urology nearly a year ago now, and we just haven't seen the progress that we desperately need. I understand there are other enabling elements that are completed, but we really need to put a real emphasis on these challenge services over the next 12 months.
Diolch yn iawn. Gerrit, ti isio dod nôl a wedyn Carol?
Yes, so thank you, Brian. I think through the rearview mirror, we always look back and think, gosh, were some of those the right things? But I think in terms of where we've been at, in terms of our journey in year 1 and year 2, a lot of this has been foundational in nature. And I think that now is that without the achievement of some of those objectives, our future success wouldn't be possible. So I think it's been important for us to put those building blocks in, but I think it's also important for us to recognise the pace in terms of increasing that work as we go forward, and as you say, taking forward the enabling actions that were inherent within the conditions of the delivery plan or the IMCP. So certainly we're always looking at that, and I suppose with an improvement mindset, we've never finished on anything, so we're always looking to evolve that. Certainly in terms of the KPIs, and just picking up on Claire's point around committee, we'll be working more closely with Steve and the team in terms of how we integrate the plan. So we've already made some developments during the year in terms of how this report links with the integrated performance report, but trying to make sure that we don't have an industry, that we don't have things repeated in different areas. And so we're making those strong links, and I think that will feed then through into things that the committee has cited on. And as I say, we've worked with Nesta and Pam's team around how we actually triangulate the risk. And I think that's quite clear when you look at the BAF and the corporate risk register now. It's quite clearly delineated by the strategic objectives. So we feel that we've made some good progress in that area. Pleased to confirm not everybody in the organisation might agree, but we go after evidence like you wouldn't believe. So this portal, in terms of everything that's sent through, it has to come with a piece of evidence. It's often agreed upfront what that evidence would be, and that's really important. And actually, we liaise quite closely with Olivia at Welsh Government around the way in which we submit that onwards. So that is really quite important. And importantly as well, we're testing that against that action versus the assurance that was it the right action and did it achieve the outcome that we intended? So we've got quite an integrated portal that does some of that work that's starting to yield some really important benefits for us. And I'm sure Carol may wish to build certainly on the challenge services, but there's a Welsh Government checkpoint meeting on the 20th of June Tamina and Paolo have met with the network leads last Friday and outlined expectations. There's a daily rhythm around some of that work now and some checkpoints ahead of that 20th of June meeting. So of the 8 specialties that are in sight, dermatology, urology, vascular, ophthalmology are 4 that are actually top of the tree within that. So there's a lot of work going on in that space.
Diolch yn iawn. Iawn. Something to reflect on in terms of measuring the outcomes and 300 and so on. That's 300 per two. But I'm wondering, is there something longer term look back, not just the 12 months, but actually maybe 3-5 year period? Okay, what are the improved health and well-being outcomes? Because it's not going to be just in a 12-month period, it's going to be a longer period. So in really good success would look like we do our plans, we implement them, we get the outcomes, and we're on a trajectory of improved health and well-being outcomes over a long period, not weeks or months, but a decade probably, or more. So I'm wondering if we should have sight of that, and then we can see what that annual work contributes to it. So it's in that broader context. Is that asking something very ambitious? But Gareth?
Well, yeah, I mean, on that, it seems to me there are 2 things particularly that we should be drawing on, not which don't rely on us gathering the data. One is about the population health outcomes, which obviously we get an annual report on. But the other one is the Welsh Government's wellbeing indicators, which a lot of them are relevant, and we do need to track those and see how North Wales is doing compared to the rest of the country. Now, the trouble is then attribution. We can't prove how much our activity is, but it will tell us something about the extent to which collectively the public services in North Wales are making a difference or not.
Yeah, the point. Steve, then we'll bring Carol. Can see him again.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this is a really complicated area because we're talking about short-term planning, medium-term planning, long-term planning, sometimes even generational planning if we're talking about reducing childhood obesity and so on and so forth. So every sympathy with the team in trying to navigate through what we're trying to do. But I think the look back is really important. So are we doing what we said we would do? Are we making a difference to either life expectancy, chronic health disease, and so on, or not? Because we should perhaps alter our plan and direction of travel if we're not doing what we said we would do, or not getting the outcomes that we said. And that could be more investment, less investment, or a change in the way we deliver our services. But I think the reflection is absolutely needed.
And we have to be mature enough to challenge ourselves.
Agreed.
You know, we have to be absolutely open and have good relationships, also with our partners who can give us information and challenge us too. So, Carol, some things to reflect on there.
So a couple of thoughts. I've just passed, as many people know, the 2 years since I've been in North Wales, and I remember reading either on the train or in the few days before I knew I was coming, looking at the annual plan and the monitoring of it. I can honestly say that this has been absolutely transformed in the last 2 years in terms of tracking and really understanding where we are on delivery. Very, very different to what I saw, if I saw the right stuff anyway. And that's really good. So better focus on, have we got the evidence, have we got the information? That will stand us in good stead. I do think there is something about the 300 and whatevers. We talk about what should be in the business as usual, but sometimes we've got something that's really small and then something that's really big. So this is a work in progress in terms of trying to get the balance right. I just pick up Rhian's point about the MAG and the Cabinet Secretary. The really good thing about the Cabinet Secretary's speech is it did sort of dovetail and read across. Now, we are anticipating there might be a bit more detail coming through, so we'll have to take that into consideration. But in terms of the Ministerial Advisory Group, we've got the 2 major programmes around the change, so we can quite flex around that. Many of the planned care elements already in the planned care programme. So I think we've got that covered. But also this value and sustainability, which is a major programme we will have at the board in due course that Russ and Shreya are co-leading. If I just pick up that bit there, Rebecca, Gareth, you must be looking at my laptop because I was reading the other day the Wellbeing of Wales report, just taking a look at all those wellbeing objectives. It's really the look back at Wales saying, so what has moved, if anything? Has childhood poverty moved? Has outcomes from cancer moved? And I think there's something really important for us to have that intelligence ready for our strategy, our 10-year strategy and our clinical services plan, because we want to be clear about what outcomes do we want to see change as a board in 5 years. So I've got 10-year, 3-year and annual delivery cycles. So we've got to tie some of, Pamela was here talking about the future strategic planning and this together. And then I look at Steve, and that's where we'll see the hard numbers coming through. So, we start to integrate these processes a bit more.
Iawn. Beth arall gen i gloi? Na. Iawn. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith yn y adroddiad pwysig iawn I ni.
Sorry, could I just ask a quick question?
Very, very quickly.
So in the minutes from the last board, we had a note that we would discover the classification of escalation levels 5 to 1. And I mean, I know, we're not in that space yet, but at some point in relation to all of this planning, it would be helpful to see that. Is that possible?
Was that in relation to the Welsh Government escalation and intervention? Yes, we have raised that with government.
That was all.
some work on it.
Yeah.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, a diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Pawb yn cymeradwyo y camau gweithredu. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r adroddiad nesaf, dyn ni'n hanner awr ar ei holi rwan. Os dwi ddim yn galw I siarad, mae oherwydd dwi'n eisiau cadw at amser. Sgwlch yn dda, nodi hynny. Yr adroddiad am gysylltiad a profiad staff ag adroddiad wedi cyflwyno I ni ag Jason I gyflwyno ysgolch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn.
Jason Brannan, pwy wi gyfl with them. Thank you, everyone. So this is the first of this type of report, and it's an opportunity as well to ensure that as a board we're able to engage in relation to the work that we've done and the work that we have in the pipeline as we go forward. Just a bit of a reminder, really, when we're talking about this report. So culture is the way that we do things in an organisation, and engagement is about how people feel about the organisation. So just give that context as we go through. You'll be aware that we've had significant pieces of work that we've had in train since the board gave a very clear commitment 18 months ago or now in relation to making sure that this organisation had a clear leadership style, and that leadership style was about compassionate leadership based upon Michael West, but also as well that we looked and we identified what we were going to do in relation to what we would do to change the culture, what we would do to improve the quality of our leadership in the organisation, and then finally, what we would do to try and make sure that people felt connected to the organisation and they felt that this was a place that they felt proud to work and learn in. A lot's happened over the past 18 months, quite significantly really, with the realisation of our values and behaviours framework, and board members will know now that that's something that we're starting to connect across the whole of the organisation. And one clear example of that is that within the coming months we'll have our new PADA system, and members around this table will be engaged in that process, and that new PADA system will connect to both be measuring performance of an individual, because we've been talking about performance around your ability to undertake your role, but it will also as well measure values and behaviours as well, to make sure that both the what and the how are being connected. Now that's a big transformational change that we will have, and that's the first point of the values and behaviours started to connect into our people policies and processes. So that will be coming through in the next few months. We'll all be familiar with the values and behaviours because you very kindly contributed to helping shape the values and behaviours, and obviously I've described the work that we're starting to do in launching that. I thought it was helpful as well just to set the context of where we are at this particular point in time, because the work that we've done so far has got us to a point where, say, for example, some of our key performance indicators are now demonstrating that we have the lowest sickness of the big health boards compared to the February data. We have the highest mandatory training and compliance levels. We have the lowest level of turnover for nurses within Wales. We have the lowest level of turnover combined across all of the other big health boards. But also as well, we're trying to change the organisational culture around when things go wrong. We're avoiding placing staff within disciplinary processes. And we've had a 37% reduction in the past 12 months around how we apply our policies and processes to connect all of these particular pieces of work together. So work is moving and on board. One of the key stock takes of that is the staff survey. And the staff survey was undertaken last year. We've been communicating the results across the whole of the organisation. So we've been open in terms of our values. We've shared the full report with all of our staff across the organisation. But in addition as well, we've been providing much more granular detail this year to allow teams, departments, integrated healthcare communities look at their data and to find out what their staff are telling them. We recognise at the moment that this year's participation rate was low, and across Wales, the participation rate compared to England is much lower. We know that next year that we want to improve the level of staff that complete the survey, because whilst 3,577 staff is a large chunk of our staff, we need to be able to reach more in order to make sure that we are speaking and we're getting information back that is qualitative. And so over the next 12 months, we'll look to set some clear targets to our leaders and managers around increasing that by a further 5%. That fits in line with both health, HEIW and their targets. But then once we're able to achieve that target, there's more for us to be able to do. Some key particular points just want to note to you. Engagement, the engagement index is really important because that does impact into patient safety and patient quality. That's what the Michael West survey and the data has told us. And we've had a slight drop over the past 12 months in our engagement index. Particularly, that connects to two questions really, and that connects really to I'd recommend my organisation as a place to work. I'm proud to work for the organisation. But conversely, within the other engagement indexes, we've seen that go up. So it's not a complete direction of everything reducing. We've seen all of the other factors increase, particularly around how staff feel connected to their line managers and their teams. But we know we've got work to do within that space. I guess if this question was framed in a different way, which might say, are you proud to work in this particular net? There might be a slightly different response, but this response measures the whole of the, are you proud to work for the health board? Just point out some of the other points as well. There are 10 key themes within this report, and we've seen 7 out of 10 of the areas improve. So and most significantly in relation to patient concerns. Last year we did some action. We recognised that we needed to invest further within Speak Out Safely. We've appointed a full-time guardian, and we hope that part of that process meant that staff feel more confident in speaking up and speaking out. But I think it's important to note that you know, we have seen improvements in 7 out of 10 of the areas, and we compare well compared to the rest of Wales, but we recognise that we've got work to do. Rhiannon mentioned before about culture, and the culture change programme is a minimum of a 3-year programme that we've started to embed. It's evidence-based because we recognise that we need to make sure we've got the right science behind this. So we're following the Michael West King's Fund model. So it's not Jason's version of how do you create a healthy organisation. It's evidence-based models that we're implementing all throughout this. But the survey as well does give us an opportunity to understand what staff are saying, and there's some key themes that are coming through at the moment that will fit within our wider plan, which will be very practical things around What can we do to foster wealth? What can we do to make sure that we're paying people correctly with additional pay? And also as well, what can we do to make sure that staff have a good palette? The final point of this report notes the work that we've undertaken, and hopefully you will see within the report that there's a lot of work that we've put in place, both to try and recognise the contribution of staff, either through ratings or through Sarah and Betsy, which we have brought back into the organisation, which is a bit like Employee of the Month, where we've got an opportunity to recognise the individual contribution, but also as well recognising that we do have our full Pan Health Board event on an annual basis to try and recognise staff. But we've also as well recognised that it's not just about the big corporate pieces of work, it's also about making sure that our managers complete one of our first values, which is about saying thank you and well done. And we put tools and systems and processes in place to support that. The data is contained within the pack, and committee members want to explore that detail in further, we can do that. But the step change that we have put in place is this year, Carol, as our Chief Executive Officer, made it very clear to all of our integrated healthcare communities and our corporate directors that it was their role to support and develop the action plans for their teams and services. So it wasn't just a HR piece of work, it's a piece of work which is corporately important. We are starting to get the feedback for that, and events have happened across the organisation within different IHCs. We will be collating all of that information, and then we will provide a further report in the coming months around the corporate work that we have for the staff survey. This report is here to note some of the progress that we have made, and the current information that's being fed to us from our staff. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Jason. Comprehensive report. Just a couple of remarks quickly before asking any colleagues if they have questions or comments. And of course, the People Committee have had a focus on this work and will continue to do so. Just surveys in general, the personal view is I'm always concerned with surveys that we don't hear the voice of the people whose voice we most need to hear. And I can't point to any graph, but I suspect it's the case with this survey, that we don't hear the voice of and don't have the concerns of people who we would really wish to hear their voice. So that's just a general comment. The other is what's measuring things like we put, you know what I'm going to say here, because we talk about the Wales average, and I think it's important that we consider, well, what do we want to achieve? Not do we want to get to the Welsh average? Let's not be average in anything. Let's have an ambition what we want to achieve. Some of the figures seem to be contradictory, and that might be a story in itself, where people are saying things like, I'm enthusiastic about my job, but actually I wouldn't recommend my organisation as a place of work. So there are a few contradictions going on there, which may be interesting to get underneath. But I think to get the true picture, we've got to speak with people. We've got to consider ways of having direct conversations with people in a very open way. So I think as a starter for some of the really important work, I think it is important, and I think that work in pressing on those who are in different areas of the organisation of its significance and our expectation, I think that's really important, as you emphasised. Reit, na I stopio fyna. Unrhyw gwestiynau a sylwadau dwi am droi yn gyntaf at Mike, a wedyn Mike arall i cymdreina i dechrau. Mike.
Thanks, Chair. Very low participation rate, which I think obviously brings a lot of warnings, caution. I do notice NHS England allow organisations to incentivise completion of a survey. That can be a prize draw, token draw, or it can be charitable donations. NHS Wales doesn't appear to allow us to incentivise. Is that something that could help? But clearly, we need to do something. Is it an option?
Okay, we'll gather some questions and then we'll have some responses. Mike?
Yeah, quite quickly reviewed it. I think I might take the edge off the staff retention figures. I'm going to suggest that maybe should be tempered in as much as that there's an element of, the lack of opportunity and alternatives employment because of our rurality and the local economy, etc. So, and as the chair said, there are contradictory figures within the figures that we've got in these tables.
Just to support you, David, quite often surveys in a quantitative method, but they're best backed up by some qualitative work as well. So I completely agree with you on that one. I just wanted to comment that the lack of advocacy that staff are expressing in this, obviously that's related to quite often negative gossip, in the background, and that's for us to deal with as a messaging thing. Really, is to make that when people hear about Betsy, they first think positive stuff, which is still a battle. I know that. We need to be really sensitive at the moment because of the MAG report and other things that are developing from that. So I think the messaging around that is going to need a lot of careful handling in how staff perceive ongoing criticism. So that was all. Really, thank you, Jason, for that report.
Russ?
I think my comment's similar really. It's just in level of participation and how we get a representative view on the wider workforce. So I think how we manage that and then use that to drive our action plan is going to be key, isn't it? So it was just that comments.
Yeah. No. Jason, any brief comments?
Just yn gwneud, mae hwn...
Jason Barrett.
Na, ti di deud yn barod, mae hwn yn rhaid parhau sir i'r pwyllgor a mae beth sy'n cael ei adrodd yn hyn rhywbeth da ni yn drafod ac yn edrych i sut da ni yn gallu mynd i'r afel ar hyn hynny.
Quite pwysig. Diolch yn iawn. Jason, any brief responses and then bring Carol in to wrap up?
Absolutely. So first one, Mike, yes, incentivization. We did have incentivization as well last year. We had 3 prize draws that were in place, which were 3 prize draws of £50 to try and support people to do that. Recognise as well that across the border sometimes their level of incentives are higher, and it's something that we've been looking at as a senior team as well around how we can support people to undertake it. The one thing that we do know is that we have spoken to staff through a range of forums and asked the question, if you didn't complete the staff survey, why didn't you complete the staff survey? So we've done that in a range of methods, and
that was a survey asking about the survey.
Well, yes. So say for example, when we had our people managers forum a couple of months ago, which Carol very kindly attended, because we've got the best part of 200 people, we'd asked that broad question, and one of the things that that came back was people need to have the belief and confidence that things are going to change through the survey. And to resolve that, that's why this year we've got a "you said we did" piece of work to be able to connect to say, you told us last year we did this. In relation to retention, I think the one thing that we've seen, Mike, is the retention figures actually reducing downwards. We recognise that people, particularly in the east or to Glen Clwyd, potentially might be more mobile, but we have seen a reduction across the whole of the health board, particularly within nursing, and we've invested within nurse retention because we now have a retention lead that's looking at why people will want to go. But also as well, you're right, the qualitative piece backed up through all of these numbers. We've got comments from staff that we've looked at, and we've themed those comments as well. So we've not just looked at the numbers, we've taken the feedback as well, and that's what we will be considering as well within the wider part of the plan. But in relation to Duffed's comment, you're absolutely right. Despite us, say for example, have been able to do this survey in paper form, electronically, or over the telephone as well for staff to do, there's something about trying to engage that. And one of the key changes is trying to ensure that the local management teams within integrated healthcare communities or divisions are able to connect with their staff, because it will be the leaders and managers locally being visible and supporting that and championing the importance of completing the particular survey. But you are right. So the one thing that we know this year that we didn't know last year was who are the hard to reach groups who've not completed that, and we've got that data analysis as well for our IHCs and divisions to support their conversations.
They're on, and I often correct myself using that term hard to reach, because people tell me we're not hard to reach, it's you that's hard to reach.
Yes.
You know, so there is something about that also. Tamina, sorry, I almost forgot.
Absolutely fine. Diolch. I won't rehearse some of the things that Jason has said, which is I would have done. We did have a very detailed conversation with the executive team about the different ways in which we could increase the number of staff who were participating in this. There are some really practical things, not just about paper surveys, but just the fact that people need a bit of time off very busy areas of working to be able to do that. And how
doing a 12-hour shift,
and how we support that.
You know, how on earth do you get time to do this? There's practical.
And it's still quite a long survey, which I think for some people who aren't particularly comfortable doing surveys, it can feel a bit daunting as well. I suppose from my perspective, I'm starting to talk to my teams now about how we plan for the next survey in autumn, and there is a bit of a challenge. As soon as we get the results, we need to be thinking about the next one, and there's often not enough time to really do the you said we did kind of element of it. Conversations I'm also having with teams is what came out, is that expected? Because if it is, then we don't need to wait for the results to start taking some of the actions that we might need to. People absolutely need to see it's making a difference, but I think the opportunities for the foundations for the future, creating that sense that they're part of the big organisation, not necessarily just the ward or the department or the building that they work in, will help them connect with why it was useful for them to do that and what it tells us about what it's like to work here in the organisation. So I think a lot of work to do. It'll be a year-on-year improvement. We're not going to go from 18-20% to 70% in the next year or so, but also how do we use other different ways in which we get feedback and the sense from staff about what it feels like to work here, what would make a difference to them on a daily basis. So we get that real triangulation, and staff can start to see the changes that they would look for.
And not just an annual survey.
Exactly.
You know, I think that's a really important point. Something that the People and Culture Committee have looked at, and the way to develop, capturing what our staff are experiencing and sharing with us. So, Carol, to wrap up on this item, please.
Thanks very much. I might be on dodgy territory here, but I am actually quite competitive about this. Steve will know who worked in Powers. So we really have to be the best health board in terms of participation, because that will help us improve as an organisation. And if we've got engaged staff and they're having a great experience, then they will deliver for patients. So I did sort of used to say this was probably the number one sort of KPI for the chief executive in terms of the engagement score. And I have said that out loud and in public now, David, so you'll hold me to account on that. I think there is definitely this over time. So these are only 2 data points here. If the survey doesn't change, we want to see things over time, because this is long-term investment. I think hardwiring this as a responsibility of every director, every senior leader and manager is key. It's not about the people department, the workforce department. This is about everyone. And I think the sense that I took from this is this really good stuff. You know, patient safety score was significantly up. And I think that was important. But the advocacy point and earth that, you know, I'm in exactly the same place as you. I think this connects to the story of our health board, and we've got to change that, and we will change that through delivering for people, I think, not just staff, but patients. So the brand of Betsy, you know, and we know that it's had a difficult history. So we used to have and I don't know, Jason, if we got this, it isn't in the long version that I've got. We used to have narrative. So there was a qualitative aspect to the report. I haven't seen it, but I used to read all of the comments that came through because they gave a different flavour to the members. So perhaps we'll have a look at that. The information's improved this year, so it is much better, but we may not have that. But if we have, we'll take a look at it. Thanks, David.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch Jason a'r tîm am y gwaith yna, gwaith bwysig iawn iawn, a dyn ni'n rhoi ymlaen at weld datblygu yn y pwyllgor hefyd o dan gynrydydd Dyfed. Felly diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i gymeradwyo yr adroddiad a'i dderbyn os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch. Ymlaen y stradyn nesa, nawn ni eisio mynd yn weddol hwyliog. Mae gennym ni adroddiad gynta ar y adran a'r ansawdd wrth gwrs, sef dyn ni'n cael adroddiad cadeirydd ac wedyn adroddiad llawn yn dilyn hynny. Felly na i droi y canlaen gynta unrhyw beth yn awyddus sy'n danlinellu ysgolion dda Helen.
No, diolch yn fawr iawn. There are three things I wanted to draw to the board's attention on behalf of QSC met early in May. First of all, we've alerted the discussion we had on the Nurse Staffing Act, and there is a paper on that later on at this meeting this afternoon. The one thing that was highlighted to us was that the proposals that were noted by the board in November 2024 weren't then subsequently funded. And for me, it just brings it clearly to mind the difficult decisions we have to make, that we as a board have to make, and the executive as well. We are really trying to, work within the budget that we have. But sometimes there are difficult choices that have to be made, and it was an example of those difficult decisions that we do need to make. But we certainly noted the professional view of the Executive Director for Nursing and Midwifery in terms of that that report. Secondly, we had a very detailed paper on the progress of the Royal College of Psychiatry Action Plan. And we were very pleased that we are now getting really detailed updates on the actions that have been taken, not just by the mental health department, but corporately as well. And we've now moved well beyond having updates on the governance and that developing into having real updates on the actions. And we're really pleased with the progress that's being made there in implementing the recommendations of that report. Thirdly, we've got a very good risk approach now corporately, but a large number of those risks are the responsibility of QSE, and so we do go through those risks in detail at every meeting. And in fact, we've added to the number of risks by separating out the ones for each of the challenged services. We have closed one or two risks in recent months, but one of the conclusions we came to was that we really do need to now focus on the mitigations so that we drive down, that we keep the risks in mind, but that we, as the mitigations are put in place and improvements are made, we need to see the risk scores coming down. So that will be one of our focus moving forward. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, Caroline. Nawn ni gymryd nesa adroddiad llawn a gofyn i Angela os oes yna unrhyw beth mae ddyn o fyddys ddim sylw ni ato fo gofyn i bobl nodi'r adroddiadau ddau adroddiad. Angela.
Diolch. A few just key points really. The report is quite comprehensive. Just wanted colleagues to be aware of the notable inpatient falls trend, which we're reducing those inpatient falls across the organisation and seeing a reduction in harm levels. It'll be noted within the report that that was acknowledged by the Health and Safety Executive and the court when we were in Wrexham Magistrates Court on the 1st of April. The improvements that we've made around the management of falls across the organisation was noted. We've seen a similar trend within the healthcare acquired pressure ulcers, and the work that's been undertaken across the organisation has been significant to allow us again to reduce that level of harm. Looking at our national reported incidents, we're in the best position across Wales on our
closure within the timescales required and the days open. And we've actually currently only got 4 of those overdue, whereas years ago, I think it was in its 40s that we were overdue. There's been improvement in the percentage of complaints settled, and in this reporting period we're at 78.3%, but at this week we're actually at 84%, and we're the highest performing across the whole of Wales with our closure of complaints within the 30 working days time frame. And we've already discussed around the positive progress around the satisfaction benchmarking. Garant had mentioned earlier around presenting the quality management system to the CNO office and exec directors of nursing across Wales last week. I also presented the falls journey and the complaints journey for learning to be shared across Wales to how we have implemented it and been successful and sustainable in the changes we've made. The report identifies work on clinical effectiveness, and we had a QSE session for members to identify what plans are. We're going to be using a similar methodology to the improvements around complaints to make sure that the clinical effectiveness is taken forward. And you'll note the information around the mortality and the plans that SRI has put in place to support mortality reviews and the oversight from that perspective. Other information is our regular updates around safeguarding and infection control, but I'm happy to take questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw arall o'r swyddogion eisiau ychwanegu unrhyw beth yn fel enwaith pobl eraill.
Just wanted to say that we are working very hard to bring the mortality oversight to the board. Currently, at the moment, whatever parameters we have on the mortality they are okay, but we are not happy with what it is. We still are digging deep into it, but we wanted to get more of that mortality information. And unfortunately, it's lacking its pace because there are several barriers, including the coding, including the data that we got. I think we are working with different agents, different people with expertise to bring that kind of data to the board, to be able to say that we are happy or not happy with the mortality. That's number one. And the second bit is, I think Angela has already said that, and I think we've discussed this at length at the moment, is about the clinical audit data that is in national, especially the tier 1 clinic audit data, which is in public awareness. It's just that we are not quite robust in providing that outcomes data, which is not there. We are again working with our teams, supporting it, and we've got an audit implementation program that will actually enhance the quality paper that we were going to present in future. So I have to say that, it's just that it's going through, but you're not seeing the results as quickly as we wanted to. Usually it takes quarterly to actually show that result. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw sylwadau neu gwestiynau? Billy, gynta.
Yeah, thank you for this, Angela. I'm just mindful that BMA Cymru and the Royal College of Nursing in Wales have launched a petition to end corridor care. I know Welsh Government believe that it shouldn't be normalised, and they want organisations to work towards eliminating it. Just wondered what we're doing to eliminate it, and I'd like to see some kind of recording within the report.
Diolch yn iawn. Dyna Angela or Tamina or Carol wish to respond to that. Do you want to go first, Angela?
Yeah, thank you. So thanks for that question and comment. We have responded to the Royal College of Nursing letter formally via Carol's office to identify, it's not normalised. It's not something that we will normalise, and it isn't something that we accept. We're working very closely, Tamina and myself, on the clinical and operational teams working together to try to make sure that we are supporting our patients if they have to be in that position because of the through the organisation. We've got significant plans to identify the flow through the organisation to release bed availability to enable us to move patients through from ambulances through an ED department and to the wards. I'm having a meeting shortly with the ops teams and our directors of nursing, and a commission when
in fact, before the Royal College of Nursing letter came in, a piece of work around the risk of corridor care and then extra capacity and boarding within the wards to make sure that we were utilising the space in the most appropriate and safest way. We do have staff within those wards areas and within those corridors specifically allocated to make sure those patients are overseen and looked after. There are oversight within the waiting room areas as well, making sure that the overflow within there is managed. And we also have oversight and staffing to support ambulances. So the ambulance oversight, making sure that they're supporting the ambulances as well as from a paramedic or ambulance crew's perspective. So there is ongoing work happening. It isn't something we are suggesting that we're accepting. The difficulty is the flow through the organisation currently, and for us to have to manage all those patients in the safest area possible. Risk assessments are done on an hour by hour basis. The nurse in charge and the clinician in charge in ED are working with the site teams, and we are moving the patients through as fast as we possibly can.
Yeah, but also, I think it's a good issue to raise because it is the experience of many people, not many people, but a proportion of people, isn't it? And it's not something we want to see, but it's the reality. Yeah. So Angela's outlined what we're trying to do about it, and I think it would be quite interesting to see the effect of that work, maybe, and see what progress we are making. And as Angela has said clearly, it's not the hospital problem. It's the whole system problem, of course. But I think it would be interesting to see, okay, what effect some of these measures having, how are we progressing, and looking at some of the statistics behind it. But good point to raise. How's that?
Yeah. Sorry, just to support Billy there, that obviously, again, this receives a lot of attention in the media. So really good to put a bit of focus on it. It would be really good to see that. One question really, I note the LFERs that there are issues in 3 areas more than the others. And you've noted that you've escalated focus on it, but are you confident that's going to bring about a change in that?
Okay, Marianne?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have escalated the focus. We've changed processes in the background as well, supporting the teams. There are 3 areas that have got the highest numbers, but they had the highest numbers. So we've changed the support that's been given to them. The inquest oversight group that we utilised to make sure we got on top of the overdue inquest reports and things like that. We're in a really good position now. We get very few through on that fortnightly meeting. So we've changed the focus to LFERs now with an oversight and a scrutiny from each of the areas, understanding where they're up to with their LFERs, where the information's coming from, what date I can expect it to be closed. And if it isn't closed, then my understanding of why not and what I can do to support them. And I think we're working really closely with Matt in Pam's team. He's moved from my team to Pam's team, and that oversight is much better, and we are seeing those closures. Matt's done some negotiation with the Welsh team to get us an extension on some of them, to give us that more opportunity to plan and to get those closures in place. But we are confident we're going to get on top of those LFERs, and the integrated concerns policy and the change in the way we're managing incidents and investigations and reports means we're actually collating the evidence as we go along now, rather than it coming to the end and us having to find that information to be able to submit. So we should be in a position where we're doing it in real time, and we shouldn't be in a backlog position going forward.
It's really good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, just to build on that. So we had Jonathan Webb, who's the head of learning for the Welsh Risk Audit Committee. So I think that was hopefully a sort of assurance in terms of the way which the Health Board is working with the Welsh Risk Board, and they've agreed within their processes extensions to the ones that would potentially have tipped in terms of the overdue, and there's detailed recovery plans for all of those, and that is obviously being monitored through Angela's oversight. It's also been escalated in line with the integrated performance report, and obviously reporting through audit committee. And I think just to say, we've been highlighted by the Welsh Risk Board as an organisation that has taken it seriously. Myself, Les and Carol met with the Welsh Risk Board, and that we've been sharing, Matt's actually been sharing what we've done
in Betsy in terms of the approach. So I think it's another example of change of process and good practice. So just that additional assurance.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol i gloi. Sorry. No, Carol, we're finishing.
Oh, just a brief comment to Caroline really on her report, if I may, because we bundled these together. We've got the Nurse Staffing Act report coming up. So what we've done since the November report, I think is really helpful. So we've clarified the roles that Angela has in terms of the professional advice and then Chief Operating Officer in terms of deployment with or without the Finance Director. So that shift. So we were noting that in November. I just didn't want that point to go unanswered, Caroline. And colleagues will know, because we've discussed it around this table, we've made a significant investment that's had such a positive impact in nursing over the last few years. Great.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad, ysgolch yna gan diolch am y gwaith. Diolch yn iawn i chi. Diolch am yr adroddiad yna. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, 2594 a 2596. Dyn ni'n troi at adroddiad perfformiad, wrth gwrs, gynta adroddiad y cadeirydd ac yna yr adroddiad integredig yn dilyn hynny. Gareth,
yeah, just very briefly, 4 quick points. One is the report draws attention to the issue about follow-up. So we've got a very high number of patients. This is after patients have had procedures where they should routine follow-ups. And this is quite a complicated issue because there are 2 aspects to it, as far as I understand it. So one is, you know, like many other things, we're just not getting through these fast enough. But there's also a thing that we're sort of trying to do everything. So we need to untangle this. I think this is something the committee is really keen on doing too, because we don't apply, and it's reflected in the action plan, that we don't apply the sort of good practice in terms of what they call patient initiated follow-up and see on symptom, which basically don't say, well, you will have to come back in 6 months or 12 months anyway. They say, well, you know, come back if it's not working. So we need to disaggregate the things where there is harm occurring because things are being missed from the things where if we follow practice elsewhere, wouldn't we? So that's one thing. The second thing, obviously, we talked a lot about the MAG report. I have asked that I think it's appropriate for PFIG to be the committee that follows this up. We will have a session at the next committee meeting on how Betsy is responding to this, and I'll make sure that I know a number of other members who aren't members of the committee who expressed an interest in that. So obviously members are always invited, welcome to come to my committee, but we'll make sure that people are aware of that item, and we'll do it as a segregated part of the agenda so people just come for that item. The third thing is Rhiannon, I'm glad mentioned it. I really think it's really important that as part of Foundations for the Future, we restructure the budget so that we understand it better. And I think that work can't wait too long, because if we're starting about thinking already about the next IMCP, we need to be able to have, if you like, a shadow budget structure that we understand how we're going to allocate it. So that's another little job for us to add to all the other list of things to do. And the final thing is a more generic comment, but I think, and I know we are going to consider this, one of the things we noticed in my committee, and I think it's true everywhere, is that when we look at risks, and particularly the corporate risk register, in many cases, the risk tolerance, which is what's set by the executive, is considerably lower than the risk appetite, which is what's set by the board. Now, in some ways, obviously, I don't want to encourage risky behaviour, and we do need to revisit our risk appetite. But sometimes that, I think, could indicate that we're being too risk averse and not therefore taking opportunities to innovate. So it's a real complicated area. I think we've got a session in August, haven't we, on it? But I just wanted to flag that so people can think a bit about it. Should those things be the same, or is it quite okay that we're working towards something much less risky in terms of our management of some of the key risks? And perhaps I just say in particular, things like reputational risks. I think we've always going back to this point that, you know, Betsy's reputation is not good. So sometimes we perhaps need to be quite innovative in how we tackle that, rather than sort of keeping our heads down and
Diolch yn iawn. I think Russ, over to you, boss.
No, it's
Steve. Sorry. Keep confusing you, boss. At
least you didn't think it was Karen.
Steve, sorry, you, Steve.
No, thank you, Chair. So this is a comprehensive and detailed report, so I'll keep it brief and try to bring out the items that we've escalated the issues through our performance framework. So this is a report to the end of March, so it obviously concludes the 24-25 financial year, and I'll just go through some of the quadrants that we report against. So very good update from Angela from a quality perspective, but I'll just draw out a few of those. So after a long period of no never events, there was one in March. Our learning from events reports and the number overdue did reduce, but there was still 43 at the end of Q4. So we do need to have close management on that going forward. Our clinical coding compliance is still not where it should be in terms of the percentage completed and coded within 1 month of within a month of the discharge. So we're currently at 21%. And as Sri has said, that is a bit of a barrier to fully understanding our some of our mortality. So we need to get that improved. We've also highlighted the delays around index colonoscopy within 4 weeks of booking. Our performance is really poor at 3.2% booked against a target of 90%. But that's a problem across Wales with 5 out of the 7 health boards under 11% reported performance. From a people organisational development perspective, our PADR rate was 79% against a target of 85%. Our sickness absent rate was 5.6% at the end of March. Turnover rate overall remains really good at 0.9%. And our agency usage increased to 2.2% of our staffing costs, but that'll be for the reasons that both Angela and Tamina will cite in terms of urgent care and overspill and so on. I'll skip over the finance quadrant because Russ will talk about that in a sec, but I really wanted to focus then on our access and activity measures. So from a mental health perspective, at the end of March, we passed 2 out of those 3. The assessment target for adult mental health improved in month and fell just short of the target, and the number of patients waiting less than 26 weeks deteriorated in month. It was 66% at the end of Feb and dropped to 62% at the end of March. But for those 3 targets, we are expecting as an organisation to deliver those through 25, 26, and particularly by year end. From a children's perspective, the 3 targets that are reported in the detailed report are as follows. So we did pass the assessment for children's with a score of 97%, but neurodevelopment is an ongoing issue with 15% within the access target at the end of March. And our therapeutic interventions that did improve from a Feb performance of 36% to a March performance of 42%, but still under target. Again, we've got line of sight to performance improvement for 2 out of those 3 targets in 25, 26. But I think the neurodevelopment one is going to be the most challenging of those indicators to fix going forward. From a referral to treatment perspective, the health board's made a huge amount of improvement, particularly in the last quarter of 24-25. So at the beginning of the quarter, in January, there were about 17,000 patients waiting more than 104 weeks for treatment. By the year end, that come down to 5,747 patients, which obviously is a massive improvement, and was a huge undertaking for the health board to have delivered alongside delivering winter pressures. Our cancer, and we will continue on that journey of improvement. We currently have no patients waiting over 4 years. We're on the verge of eradicating our 3-year waits, and the aim is to have no more than 4,950 patients waiting over 104 weeks by the end of June. Of course, to deliver that despite significant challenges as part of that overall delivery. Our cancer performance improved and that reported 59% compliance with the target in March. There are significant backlogs in skin tumour side, but again, we have got plans in place to get that tumour site back on track by the end of Q1, and we've already made significant inroads into reducing that backlog. Our diagnostic weights, they increased. So at the end of March, they were at 10,950. We've done some demand and capacity planning because this is all demand driven. So we're about to conclude that work. And we've also put in a bid with to Welsh Government to secure additional funding to mobilise more capacity. So again, as a health board, we are failing that target at the moment. We will continue to fail it for a number of months, but again, by March 26, we aim to be compliant with the diagnostic target. Gareth has rightly mentioned the number of patients that are overdue, and we do need their follow-up. We do need a comprehensive plan to improve that position going forward. And then on urgent care, I mean, that's another significant challenge for the health board. So activity in March did increase, including the number of patients through our MIU, but it's a system flow and flow through the hospital isn't functioning as it should be. So we saw an increase in the number of delays in A&E, both from a 12-hour and 24-hour perspective, which is unacceptable, we all know.
Yeah.
But the work that Tamina and the system colleagues will do, again, the forecast is that shows improvement across the year, but we won't be delivering a zero position on ambulance delays, and we won't be expecting a zero position on 4-hour breaches. So that's I'll stop there, Chair. Take some questions. I may need to invite my executive colleagues in to ask some.
Okay, very much, Steve. Right, no question so what there. Stop that.
Yeah.
Chris, it's right at the end. Okay, Rhian gynta, wedyn Chris. Diolch.
Just one thing. How does primary and community care get reported to the board? You know, that's a general point on performance. It doesn't seem to get reported somehow, and it doesn't feature here in the key areas of challenge, and I think they should be. It's not a question for now, but it's something that we should be working towards, I think. And then my other point was, it's making me cross that we've still got theatres starting late and finishing early, and that position doesn't seem to have moved. I know it's not as simple as being in there with a watch or a timer. I understand that there are reasons behind it, but I do think it's disappointing that there seems to have been minimal movement on that, on productivity.
Great. Do you want me to?
Yes.
So Rhian, I completely agree. So primary and community care and commissioning need to feature in this report, and it will. We just haven't got to it yet. We need that comprehensive oversight of everything that we deliver or commission, so that we know what's going on.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then on theatre, it's massively frustrating. It's an organisation and own goal. I know Carol and Tamina, you know, we've got these facilities, we're incurring the costs.
Yes.
But we can't just schedule to the level that we want to. It is quite common across the NHS, so this is not just a Betsy issue, but given our waiting times, we have to get into this, and we are. But some of these things are long-standing issues in terms of how we schedule, staffing, cultural. So they will take a time to fix, but we've absolutely got to fix it.
Chris.
Thanks, Chair. 2 points. The first one is a question about minor injuries. Now, I was just flicking through to see if I could find. I couldn't find where you've gotten the flows or the number of patients going through MIUs had increased. I couldn't see that. That's not in there. I just can't find it. And my question was, is that indicative of a wider trend? And if it is, what's happening to push that on? As in, why are we getting more people going through? And the second one, I appreciate this is now a bit like whack-a-mole. we seem to make progress in some places and deteriorations in others. Now, my deterioration of this board is the diagnostic weights. I think it's of note, and we probably have to mark it, that we're in a worse place now than we were in 2022, and that's not just a one-off. I think we're 3 months on the bounce now. The difficulty is, and I suppose anecdotes are sometimes unhelpful, but anecdotally, I'm one of those waiting for one of those investigations for a lump on my neck. When I was first referred, I was told it was 2 weeks, then told it was 8 weeks. And I suppose the difficulty is we're now well over 16 weeks on and still nothing. I actually got a phone call in the week saying, well, we can book you for Sunday. And I said, well, I'm away. When can you next book us? And they said, well, we're only running clinics now at the weekend. We will only run these clinics the weekend because we can't do this in the week. And I suppose my takeaway from that is, what are we telling the community that we're serving? Because that raises some real flags for me. It sounds like we're only dealing with these things through a WLI type system or an insourcing, as opposed to actually servicing what should be the case through usual means. And I suppose the problem with that is that any solution we have is a very short-term solution. As soon as that funding goes, those weekend lists go, and that's that. So I think that's a moan with a poor anecdote, but also what are we saying to our population, and how does that make them feel if we're not managing expectations? And how do they look at saying, well, why will we do it for the weekend? Seems silly.
Yeah, sure.
I know that's really negative.
No, it's fine, Chris.
We'll get some other comments before then a response. Claire, you wanted to come in, I think.
It was just a specific question and a governance one. So the specific one is the clinical coding issue has been an issue for well over a year now. And I know it was about vacancies, we filled them, we said training's complex, time consuming. What I don't understand as board members, what the implications are of being so far behind on that, and how are we managing that risk? Because the report identifies it's going to be next January before we're anywhere near where we need to be on that. So I don't think that's one for you to answer, Steve, but probably somebody else. And then I think the other one for me was, I won't repeat Chris's point, but the whack-a-mole point about the follow-ups, people waiting over 100, gone up to 93,500. And there is, some of those are in quite serious specialties as well. So I think we just do need to be conscious that we have to try and address all of our problems together, not sort that and something else starts to worsen. And so I was going to ask about the governance question. I think is there's a lot of rich data in here about, and we are clearer now on understanding our position on lots of things. What I'm less understanding about or knowledgeable about is what we're doing to address them. So my question is, are we confident now that we've got the right structures in the right committee? So it's not just about exec delivery groups and groups chaired by Farrell that meet every Friday, but are we confident at the governance level that there's the right grip on each of the different areas where we know we've still got work to do?
Okay, bring Gareth in a minute, but just to sort of piggyback on that point about me is, during the course of this meeting, we've heard a narrative about some things, some particular areas, but then if you look at the data that's been presented, it tells a different story, or it doesn't appear to show impact of the activities that we described. You know, so it's the link between the activity and then what it's achieving and so on.
I was going to say something similar, right, in the policy paper when we ran out of time, was that, you know, we have some data sets about how satisfied people are. Then we look at complaints, and there's a load about staff attitude, but then we're saying people are telling us the staff have been amazing. So it's that triangulation again, isn't it? Various things.
I was looking at the ED trajectory and performance in particular. But we're describing, we're doing a lot of activity, a lot of action, but the graph's going the opposite direction. Anyway, Gareth,
I mean, people have raised issues that I would have flagged up, and I am really grateful. It shows that people, you know, are getting the information, and I think that links into your point, Claire, is that I think, as if it was your own committee, I think the governance is there. The problem is governance doesn't solve the problems. Where we've moved to the last couple of years is we now have a much clearer idea about what the problems are, but we're not really solving them, and that's partly because our structures are so unresponsive, and things like the theatre optimisation, it drives me absolutely bananas. But I think it's also important to say it's not because of any lack of effort of the people around this table. It's about the unresponsiveness of the culture. Again, it comes back to culture, and no disrespect to Sri, because, you know, Sri's helping a lot and he's interim and that doesn't help. But there is, I think, a lack of real clinical leadership, because we've had a gap for a long time. Don't talk about particular, you know, issues, but the two deputies, one of them has been on long-term sick. And we have asked the Welsh Government to give us assistance, and they haven't really done it, to be honest, with Welsh Government and NHS Executive. But that's really because I think, I mean, I'm quite new, you know, I was new to this area, to working in the health service, but clearly, and I understand it, what clinicians want is they want to be led by people that they identify with and that they think have their experience and their knowledge. So there's no point of a general manager or a finance manager or even a Welsh Government civil servant coming and saying, no, you should be doing it like this, because they aren't going to be impressed. I'm sure, you know, this is not to say that they're all being recalcitrant, but it is about knowledge, encouragement, and to some extent, you know, being challenged by their peers about doing things better. And that's what we're missing, I think.
Good point. Steve, and then we'll bring Carol in. Right, so we've got to move on.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues. So, Chris, MIU activity, it did go up. It should be in the report. I'll send an extract of it. I think it's been used because better signposting, communication channels, do that through Helen's team and so on and so forth, around trying to get patients to the right place. And it's the right thing that our MIU activity, it goes up, you know, absolutely. Your own personal situation, I'm sorry, and we are laying on a lot of additional capacity. Our core capacity is fully booked, so we do use additional clinics to flex in extra capacity at the weekend. Don't know about your individual case, but you know that you make a good point around general communication to patients, which we've heard it a couple of times this morning. It looks like we've got some room to improve in that area. Diagnostics and deterioration, yes, it has deteriorated. As I briefly mentioned, we're doing a detailed piece of work with our DDAC colleagues to understand it fully. So what's caused the increase? Where are the referrals coming from? Are they repeat referrals because patients are just waiting so long and getting rescanned and so on and so forth? So by next week, we will have done the diagnostic on diagnostics, and then we will have worked out a plan as to how we're going to right size the capacity going forward, because we know from all the reports and the public health forward look or the medical forward look, there's going to be an increased demand for diagnostics, and also as we clear our elective backlogs, that will also generate an additional increase on diagnostics. So we've got to right size that going forward. Claire, on clinical coding, so if I was sat in my old jobs in England, it would be a financial risk because trusts get paid for the work that they do, and if it's not coded properly, you get them on tariff. That's not the case in Wales. So there's not necessarily a financial risk, but there is, I believe, a mortality risk, because good clinical coding is a key insight into understanding your mortality, and it can also be useful service change, early warning, and so on. So we haven't fully mitigated that risk, in my opinion, and as Sri said, we're trying to work around the coding issue so that we still get that oversight on mortality. Follow-ups, we have to do an increase in both activity, but also modernise the service and the way it's delivered at the same time. It's a key part of the planned care programme. for 25-26. A lot of that also includes making sure our lists are properly validated. So some of our records are extremely old. We need that validation piece to clear out that, so that we're left with the actual volume of patients that need a follow-up. And we need to do that validation routinely, not in one-off exercises. So something around our business as usual and processes. And in governance, I think we've got the right governance that we need. It's about deployment and delivery.
Yeah,
I think I'm covered everyone's comments, but I know Carol, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, and some comments to wrap up.
Yeah, and just briefly, this diagnostics thing is really, really important. So many people have to go through a diagnostic pathway to get through any clinical decision to treat or whatever. I'll throw a couple of figures, but we will, we're doing the deep dive on this. So we had the directorate review, the diagnostic service review last week. 22% increase in blood sciences demand, 51% increase in CT scanning, 43% in MRI, 15% in ultrasound. If these, we've got to get underneath, are these the right figures? This is over a 5-year period. If these figures are right, then we've really got to have a look, because is this about more resource, or is this about actually how the pathways work? Because we're now, and to be quite frank, we haven't got the workforce to keep expanding on this. So we had a really great, when we talk about clinical leadership and engagement, really great clinical leaders part of that service review meeting, really wanting to get underneath it. So that's something to be optimistic about. On the coding, could we take that outside? Because I've got a query on the data that I've had different data from the, so I thought this was in a better position, but I just want to double check that data. There's been a plan, it was improving, it was getting towards 75%. So let's just check that. Theatre utilisation is work stream 4 of the new plan care, or the revised plan care programme, meeting tomorrow. I think we need to really quickly get a round table and get a real visibility and understanding of the issues and impact. Surgeons, Tree and I met and with Tamina, some surgeons in Wrexham Myler, they just want to operate and they want us to be more streamlined and efficient with putting patients through the operating theatre. So there is an appetite there. It's just we're not organised enough is what I would say. And then fundamentally, this clinical leadership and general management partnership is key, and that's what we'll build under foundations. At the moment, it's so fragmented, we just find it very hard to get it done. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Greit, dwi'n ni ddod y drafodaeth I ben. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y droddiad. Diolch am y gwaith yna. Llawer iawn yn digwydd a digon o heriau o hynny. Ond diolch yn iawn I Steve am y droddiad. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn o. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen y droddiad nesaf, dyn ni'n rhedeg tua hanner awr yn y hwyr. Felly, hwn di'r adroddiad cynllunio. So, just to give you that.
Doesn't take long to polish your hair.
On the finance report, a really important report, but it's the final month report, isn't it, of the year. So, if you can give us some of the headlines, please. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, yes, thank you, Chair. So, really just whistle stop you through the key headlines. So draft accounts submitted to timetable, they've gone in on the 2nd of May. We've articulated a £7.6 million deficit as an outturn position. That is pre-audit. Audits are lovingly going through all of the documentation, all 15, and that's arrived on the 3rd of May to go through all of that. So, and we're keeping in regular contact, and colleagues are working really hard to ensure that any issues are flagged and we resolve those issues amicably. We will be going back to our audit. There is a date booked in for the accounts to be signed through, and 30th of June is the last date for submission. So Audit Wales working really closely with us, and really grateful for that. 7.6 million as a deficit does not deliver our key financial duty, which is to break even. So there will be a regulatory opinion qualification potentially when we get the report, because that is a key duty for us to deliver. So one of the key elements is not spend more than you receive in any given financial period. So that will be a challenge for us, but in terms of financial reporting a true and fair view, we are seeking, of course, an unqualified opinion. If we move to that position on final account submission, the 74.6 million becomes recurrent into our baseline. That was, as we know and love, the conditionally recurrence funds on a string. So Welsh Government will cut that string and that money is ours for future periods. So that'd be a fabulous result for us. Just a bit of a notation. So savings delivery, we set a target of 48 million. We actually delivered 58 million. So fabulous return from all of the teams, all the operational colleagues throughout the organisation did a fabulous job. We are slightly below that on full year effect. So 44 million. What that means is going into the new year, we're 4 million short. So we said we would need 48 million pounds less as we go into the new financial year because all those schemes will be in place. We only have 44 million of them in place. So I was tempted to put savings as amber, but I thought, why spoil a green show? It might not happen again. So savings are green in the scheme, but they're slightly down on recurrent savings delivery. Capital was a big ask for us, and Stuart and the team played a key role within all that delivery. If you recall, members, we had a 30 million pounds spend ask within the last month of the year. We managed to achieve that. So we got to 51.7 million against a 52 million overall allocation. The regulatory breach or regulatory issue around capital spend is we cannot spend more than we're given, and we can only spend £500,000 less than we are given. So those are the two key rules, and we're right in the middle of those two. Clearly, audit work is progressing to assign those. And then really, I just wanted to quickly reflect, if I may, just I think there has been this discussion through some of Gareth's comments, some of Rhiann's comments as well. How do we move into a financially sustainable model as we go forward? And key to that is developing that internal productivity and performance gain. At the moment, there's a lot of additionality going into the system. That money is being spent on expensive premium working, as Chris alluded to, on weekends. We need to bring that in-house. There are lots of models. We're using GIRF as standard. It gives clear indication that we have opportunity to do exactly that. It's better for our local patients, improves access. That's a key determinant of where we can move to. That will give us the financial freedoms to hit the 25-26 year in a really strong position. We've set a £40 million savings ask. We are away from plan, circa 3.7 million deficit in month one, largely driven by savings. I will say we're in good company. So all 7 health boards have reported a deficit month one position of some magnitude, actually. So we do need to get on to savings delivery, value sustainability, clinical variation. They're key themes that will drive financial return, but also create headroom for investment into all of those areas around primary care that we've discussed earlier, and prevention, whilst also giving us financial latitude to deliver within our financial plans as well. So a key component is that value sustainability model. We are behind the curve on that, and we need to get ahead of the curve. Of a 40 million savings threshold, we've circa got about 10 million pounds of green schemes. We need to shift that at pace up to the 40 million so that we've got the opportunity to deliver. We do have opportunities that are flagged that we're working through. So there's about 20 million pounds worth of opportunity, either red or just in that initial phase of development, that we need to build in. There's lots of opportunity in clinical variation we haven't realised or profiled in yet. So lots of work to do. There's a joint medical director and exec director of finance, of course, steer for the value sustainability programme. It is about improvement. It is about creating that resource to invest into prevention and community-based care provision, and make us financially sufficient as well as we continue through. I'll pause there, Chair. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn adroddiad cynhwysfawr yna. Diwedd blwyddyn, unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw gwestiynau. Gareth.
Yeah, I just wanted to, formally sort of note that I think Russell and colleagues in the finance department did a really good job. It's a shame you had to spoil it by dropping in the news about the first month was bad. So no, but seriously, there's been a lot of really hard work and across the organisation, obviously, in terms of delivering that out and subject to audit. But the other thing, I did have a particular question, which I actually don't know the answer to, but I think it is relevant. So I've seen some coverage from obviously with the recent pay award, or the Welsh Minister have said they're going to give a pay award which is significantly above what their estimate was. They said at the time of setting the budgets that they would cover pay centrally. I saw a question from the NHS Confederation, our confederation, asking, was that still the case, even though I don't know whether there's been an answer. And I wonder whether Russell had got any views, any hints coming on if that's going to be settled in full.
It was
government.
It was a hot topic with some conversation through my peers at our national forum. So Welsh Government are indicating that gives them a planning shortfall. We have indicated that planning shortfall might result in the Health Board not being able to hit plan if you expected the Health Boards to contain that planning shortfall. There are other resources that are being worked through to make that planning shortfall good, is my understanding, but no official announcement at this point.
Okay, thanks, Russ.
Okay,
can you just explain to me, on your key performance indicators, those 9 blocks, the top right one, you've got month 12 divisional performance, and we're showing there over 65 million adverse position. Is that just for the 1 month? Or was that, or is that a cumulative? Or I didn't quite understand.
This is the key performance indicators in the
KPIs in your blocks of 9 there.
Page 329 of the actual bundle.
Or page 3 of the actual report.
12, top right.
Top right, yeah.
I'm sure that's the full year.
As at.
Is it as the end rather than just for the month?
Yeah.
Okay.
But still a lot.
Yeah. Okay. We've answered that question. Thank you.
Oh, it's whatever anyone else said.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And just the point you made as well, Gareth, I wonder if you would want to get some reflections on the last 12 months in terms of the savings regime and what's worked well and what hasn't worked well, and some of the lessons.
Well, we're having a report on value and sustainability, aren't we, which is sort of like, so that should be within it. It should reflect on what hasn't, why our approach to date has not been, even though it's delivered, why it's not been the best way of
sustainable.
Yeah.
Ilsa, Claire.
It's okay.
Okay, it's a question, and it's a really open question, because I know that we will be looking at it, but we may not have the answer yet. But because of the MAG report, and also because of the commitments we've got under the ministerial direction, we do need to be moving money in the budget from acute to primary and community. And I'm just wondering, have we got any ideas yet when we might start looking at when that would be? How would we do it? Are we looking at 2 years, 5 years? Just wondered if this was, how is that visible to me as an independent member reading?
Can I just come back briefly on that? See if, well, I want to see that I'm right, and then Russell can tell me I'm wrong.
Well, go on then. I want to bring Claire in.
Well, part of the problem is that there's not a clear line of sight of it. I mean, we can get the figures, but because again, primary care is managed within the IHCs, that how that's allocated within the IHCs is not something that is centrally controlled.
So
it's questioned. Is that right? Or
let's bring Claire in first, and then get a response.
Amazingly, Charlie, I wanted to say something quite positive.
Yeah.
Which was that this is a fantastic result for year end, and I think it's the whole organisation we need to be.
Yeah,
it's a lot of tight financial control. It's the people at the front end who've delivered the savings. And I think I'm feeling more confident. I think I asked a lot of questions last year about our confidence level on the savings target we had to achieve. Even though we're not fully there yet, we're in such a stronger position for the end of May than we were at this time of year at the end of May. So that does give me confidence that we've turned a corner really in terms of financial
Mm.
understanding, accountability, and getting a tighter grip on things, which will be helpful then when we start to think about where we go next. I think how we start to shift our focus on things that we want to do more.
And I think it's the first time in the history of the health board that we produced a balanced budget, which is quite a statement. So on that matter of finance in the global way that can be transferred, or invested in primary community care, and how do we approach that? How is that in practical terms? How is that going to happen?
Yeah, so we've made small steps this year. So we have in the plan identified and articulated £1 million worth of pilot schemes to work towards developing evidential basis for investment into effectively prevention. I know Jane's working through those. Of our wider scale of resource, that is a small step in the right direction. But hopefully those pilots will give us an indication as to where we can best invest further. I think part of it is the value sustainability work. So I welcome Claire's comments. I think going to a savings programme on value sustainability that clearly articulates where there is opportunity moves us into an allocative efficiency model. And then we can start to take costs out where costs are being incurred inefficiently, as I suppose this salami slice where the good and the bad, etc., get the same treatment. So I think we can be more targeted. We can therefore be more targeted on the resource we have for allocation later on. And I think there is a general business planning approach. It's interesting we talked about strategic planning, business planning. It should be a continual approach. We should be building these cases as to where we should put this resource going forward and then initiate those. And growth resource should be tailored to go into those areas which offsets future demand. But we tend to do business planning as a bit of an annual event, and that becomes really problematic. So there's a bit of evolution in terms of understanding how we develop our proposals. There's a little bit of resource allocated for us to get some pilots that would inform those choices. And I think with value and sustainability, we'll be in a better place to target investments where they are most needed and will give best return as we go into the 26-27 financial year, and clearly be able to involve all members in those discussions way in advance of getting to 31st of March and having to endorse a plan.
Okay, diolch yn fawr. Jane, you've got 60 seconds if you want to make a point.
So I think it's not just about where the money moves, it's about getting the right new models of primary and community care. And that's when we can then shift the money. And this is about how do we co-design a primary community service that is actually fit for the 21st century. And that's probably going to look quite different to some of the things we've got at the moment if we're really going to maximise outcomes.
Okay, everybody on? Right, did you want to say anything additional or?
I don't think I need
No,
to.
no.
You know, it's really good effort,
Yes.
and it makes a difference. And we have to line up all the things that we have been improving because, you know, the quality indicators are improving, some of our staff survey stuff's improved. So, you know, we've got a generally, you know, optimistic picture underpinned by more discipline, but we know we've got a lot to do. So no eye off the ball on that.
Okay, diolch yn iawn I a'r tîm ar y droddiad yna. Diolch am y gwaith arbennig sydd wedi digwydd fel mae Claire wedi nodi, da ni'n ddiolchgar iawn, ni wedi cyrraedd diwedd blwyddyn llwyddiannus iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yn y droddiad yna, sgwrs dda, diolch yn iawn. Da ni'n torri am ginio rwan, mae hi yn agosau at 10 munud i'n ddau, da ni'n cael 20 munud yn unig. Mae'n ddrwg iawn gen i, da ni'n rhedeg ar ôl amser. Da ni'n ail ymgynnull, byddai'n barod yn ail ddechrau 10 munud wedi 2, felly ni'n torri am ginio rwan. Lunch
4 minutes.
Pnawn da, unwaith eto bawb, croeso nôl i gyfarfod bwrdd iechyd Prifysgol Betsin Cadwaladr nawn dydd Iau yma wedi toriad unio. Dyn ni symud ymlaen gyda'r agenda. Eitem 2597, deddf lefele staff nyrsio, sydd yn eitem safonol sy'n dod i ni rheolaidd wrth gwrs, yn unol ar gyfynion statudol, a dwi'n troi at Angela i gyflwyno'r eitem basgotha. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch. So colleagues are aware that this is a regular item that comes every 6 months once we've undertaken reviews, and then there's a yearly roundup, which is this paper today. The board is asked to receive the assurance following us the opportunity we took to calculate and take steps to maintain the nursing levels. There is an expectation that we will meet this statutory duty and provide the annual presentation to the board, and that I am the designated person to undertake the biannual reviews. We've already identified earlier that the November biannual review, we identified some uplifts, and just for clarity and for assurance, this only related to one nurse on a night shift on one ward, and on 2 wards, one healthcare support worker per ward for a twilight shift. Having discussions with Russ and with Tamina around this, we've identified mitigating actions to ensure that the patient safety is maintained on those areas. The next review that we undertook was the Spring 25 review, and that identified that there were no uplifts that were required from the information that was given to me, although there was some requests for uplifts from the staff and from the IHCs. We undertake a check and challenge meeting where HR and finance join me, and going forward we'll be asking Tamina from an operations perspective to come and join to have the conversations around the requests that come in for the extra uplift in staffing, what the mitigation has been put in place to support that management of that potential risk that they see, and then whether there's any evidence that I can see that needs to be put into place. So some of the things I look at is the acuity of those wards and the patients that are within a time period of assessment, whether the dependency is increased on those wards and what the harm has happened over that period of assessment. If I then feel that there is a risk from a patient safety perspective, I'll take into consideration requests. If there isn't that I can see after discussion and questions and answers, then I will say that I don't feel that there is a risk at the time. Obviously, we undertake this every 6 months, so it allows us to have that flexibility of what is happening. So for the Spring 25 review, I didn't see that I needed to approve any of the requests. Obviously, that will be monitored going forward alongside the areas where we haven't been able to put the substantial funding in for the November review, to make sure that there aren't any areas that I'm concerned about going forward, and then we can have further discussions around the mitigation. But I'm comfortable that the board has discharged its duty in line with legislation, and I'm comfortable the recommendations that I make as the accountable person for this are taken seriously and considered by the board.
Diolch iawn. Angela, unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw, droddiad sy'n dod yn ni, wrth gwrs, yn unol â'r gofynion statudol. Os nad oes pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y droddiad a bod ni wedi cyfarfod ar gyfer gofynion y dyletswyddau statudol, un yna'n rôl ni fel bwrdd, a bod Angela fel y swyddog atebol wedi ymateb yn gadarnhaol ac yn briodol. Pawb yn hapus ar hynny? Diolch yn iawn, a diolch yn y droddiad yna. Ymlaen i'r adran nesaf ar adran llywodraethu a'r chwilion gynta. Mae adroddiad gan gydeirydd Pwyllgor Archwilio ac yna adroddiad Llywodraethu Corfforaethol wrth gwrs. Gynta na i droi at Karen unrhyw beth i danlinellu sgwrs yna. Karen, diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. So pretty much take the paper as read. There's just a couple of things to raise attention to around the progress made in terms of the contracted patient services, the oversight that we're being provided there. And in addition, that some of the policies and the Welsh Health Circulars and Ministerial Directions will now be having some level of oversight at the audit committee going forward in the form of a tracker, although it will be the responsibilities of the relevant subcommittees to ensure that those recommendations are followed through where appropriate. And on top of that, we had a second meeting on the 20th of May where we met with internal and external audit around the accounts. And it was very pleasing to note that we met all the deadlines. The deadline had actually been brought, I'm looking at Russ because I'm going to say, deadline had actually been brought forward at least 4 or 5 weeks, and we were strict to the time frames, and we commended the finance team for all their actions to make sure that we could get that position for internal audit, external audit to start auditing. We do have another meeting coming up in June where we will get the final report. We do believe, as Russell has already said, that we'll have a qualified opinion on the regulatory side, and referring back to the same meeting with internal audit, we do believe that we'll have an overall limited opinion this year again, but the barometer will be slightly over to the reasonable side, so it'll be right on the borderline, and it has just been down to a couple of things in this last 3 to 6 months that have just tipped it back the other way, but we were heading much more towards the reasonable. So I think that's it from me. We took good assurance from the people who presented to us on their progress and great results from the final.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn adroddiad, unrhyw cwestiwn sylw, Karen? Nad oes pawb yn hapus i dderbyn adroddiad? Diolch yn iawn i Karen, i gwaith bod y geirio'r pwyllgor yna, pwyllgor manwl iawn yn digwydd yn y cyfarfodydd. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, sef eitem 25/99, adroddiad Llywodraethu Corfforaethol.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I'll take the report as read. It's a number of attachments and recommendations on the report, which I'll invite the board in a moment to consider. I think there's a couple of things just really sort of to highlight. I've done quite a lot of work on the board business cycle. We need to do a little bit more work on that, but I think trying to align it, you heard the conversation earlier, to the integrated plan, and obviously falling out of that will be the committee plans that will pick up the agreement that we had yesterday in is, you know, what are the priorities for each of the committees. So we'll be able to take the committee plans to each of the committees in their next meeting. Chair's action, which we took, so I was going to invite the board to ratify that. But also what I have developed included is a protocol for matters for a private meeting, just in terms of to help clarify from a board perspective, but also from all the committee's perspective in terms of understanding what matters. And this is part of our improvements, which we've highlighted this year in the integrated plan around governance arrangement and a governance hub. So happy to take any questions. You've also got the full set of terms of reference that have been through committees. There's one or two other committees, for example, childhood funds, where they'll review their terms of reference, but I'm really keen to bring them as a pack So because on an annual basis, I think that will help the board in terms of oversight. And then just the final thing, you'll see in there, I've just put the links to the board assurance framework and the corporate risk register. And that was the board committees have reviewed the board assurance framework in the last cycle as agreed by the board. And in terms of the corporate risk register, I did agree with committees that I wouldn't bring the full corporate risk register through this time because there's some further work the executive team will be doing in relation to that. So rather than, but the link is there. So I'm happy to take any questions or observations. Diolch.
Diolch mawr iawn, Pam. Rhyw gwestiwn neu sylw, please? Now, there's Pam, I think you're asking that, as well as noting in the report, we approved the business cycle, ratified the chair's action from 30th of April, which is noted there. Also, noting the matters we consider the private board on the 27th of March, then approving the committee advisory group terms of reference and ratifying the approved positions and section 12(2) adopted across Wales. Everybody happy to agree with those actions, please?
Yes.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn Pam am yr adroddiad ar waith yna. And really busy period for the corporate governance team as well. We know, so thanks to everybody who's involved with that work. Lots of things happening, so really appreciate all the work and support you giving the board. Diolch yn iawn to each and every one of you. Ymlaen at yr adroddiad nesa, sef adroddiad be dwi rwan? 25 1 sef adroddiadau gan gadeiryddion, pwyllgorau a grwpiau, ac yn unol ar arfer be dwi am wneud ydy cyflwyno'r casgliad yma o adroddiadau, wrth gwrs, ac yna gofyn am unrhyw un sy'n eisiau tynnu sylw, unrhyw gadeirydd, mae yna bapur yma ar y cyfer nhw, os gwelwch chi eisiau tannu unrhyw beth, dyma'r cyfle. Fel arall, byddwn ni'n cymryd nhw a'i derbyn nhw. Felly, unrhyw un eisiau tynnu sylw at unrhyw beth, yn arbennig os ydych chi ddim wedi cael cyfle dim sylw at rhywbeth eisoes na unrhyw un o'r pwyllgorau. Dwi'n gofyn cadeirydd gyntaf, wedyn dwi'n gwybod mae Billy eisiau codi rhywbeth on. Na? Billy, you wanted to raise a question on one of the papers?
Yes, please. Yeah. On the LPF paper, 2A, there is an alert, and I just wondered if there was an update. It was regarding to policies being delayed.
Okay. Where is that noted? I'm just looking to see it. Can you see it?
Yeah, 2A.
2A,
Yeah, 2A.
right.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, if you've got some information you can give us, then found that, please, great.
So I don't think it's a delay in the process of uploading. It's about the current policy process, Billy. It's very complicated and a bit too bureaucratic, I would suggest, in Health Board. I've spoken to Georgina Roberts following and suggested that I will come along to one of the next Health Board to share some of the streamlining of the policy process. Some of the challenges we've had is when people go through the policy process, they haven't either done the appropriate impact assessment or they haven't completed all the quality checks, so then it gets rejected. But I think it's too complex, and I've been working with my team to streamline that process. So I suggested I'll come to the next local partnership forum, perhaps to give a presentation on some of the proposals we're looking at.
Great, that'll be really useful, I'm sure. Okay, Billy, with that, yeah. Arall unrhyw gwestiwn, sylw, os nad oes gawn ni dderbyn yr adroddiadau yna o'r pwyllgorau a'r grwpiau cynghori, felly diolch i bawb am y gwaith yna. Sy'n dod â ni bron i derbyn y cyfarfod, ond cyn i ni ddod at materion cloi, dwi am droi at Mr Michael Parry eto, gan mai dyma yw'r cyfarfod fwrdd ola, Mike, fel dwi wedi crybwyll gynharach yn y cyfarfod, ac croeso i Mike ddeud gair rwan, gair farwel mewn un ystyr, ond wrth gwrs ma' 'na bwyllgor mis nesa hefyd bydde di'n cyfeirio yn ôl yr arfer, ond Mike, drosodd at y
I adlewyrchu, to reflect on my journey here, it's been a bit like Bolton Towers. It's been quite a ride, sadly a bit cut off a bit short, but that's inevitable, I suppose. But I've had a passion for the wealth, for the health service for 57 years, which is when I first met the wife. She'd be pleased I said that. But seriously, it's funny how it goes full circle. It's somewhat ironic that some 13 years ago, I appeared in front of Assembly members and I told them that Betsy was going to crash. And within a year, that's what's happened. Sadly, and what's gone on in between has been quite traumatic for everybody really all round. But it's, as I say, somewhat ironic that I'm actually sitting on here with the board now. So, but having said that, my particular committee, I'm hoping it's in a better place than it has been. I'm quite confident that certainly the present board, and I say it is as it is, I've taken lessons from Gareth, that I'm quite confident that if it's at all possible to salvage Betsy, this is the board to do it. If you're unable to do it for whatever reason, it won't be your fault. I can tell you that now. I got complete confidence in the board, and I'm grateful to have been part of it. I see there's plans to send people out into the field. It's good fun. I've had a day as a porter, and I've been round all the wards in Bangor. It's mental health units, etc. It's very educational, and what you don't know, the staff will tell you.
Yes.
So, and there are some solutions coming from staff as well.
Yeah.
So with those few words, can I thank you all for your camaraderie? I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I will be in the wings watching, I'm sure. And if there's anything bothers me in particular, I'll be here for the AGM with some suggestions. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Gwych iawn, y dymuniadau gorau, Mike, ac gawn gyfle eto i ddeud farwel am yr ail dro mis nesaf, dwi'n siŵr. Reit, ymlaen i materion cloi ar eitem gyntaf. Adolygu effeithiolrwydd y cyfarfod. Dyn ni wastad yn trafod hwn, ac erbyn hyn, dwi'n meddwl mae'r cyfarfod wedi bod mor hir fel arfer bod neb eisiau deud yn byd, ond unrhyw un efo rhywbeth i gyfrannu pa mor effeithiol neu be allwn ni wneud yn well, be dyn ni angen wneud mwy ohono fo, be dyn ni angen wneud llai ohono, be dyn ni angen ystyried dyn ni ddim yn wneud ar hyn o bryd. Unrhyw un eisiau awgrymu rhywbeth. Unrhyw un efo lot o syniadau. Ga i ddweud un peth i ni fel bwrdd unedig ystyried ydy, na lot o eitemau'n dod i ni, a dwi'n credu bod ni'n dod i'r pwynt lle da ni'n gallu didoli, be sy'n bwysig, be sy'n ddim yn bwysig. A mae gennych chi 800 o dudalennau, da chi'n gorfod wneud rhyw fath o alwad, beth yw'r materion pwysig neu cyfarfod yma i geisio cael rhag o'r wybodaeth yn ei grwp. Ag dwi bob amser yn dweud wrth bobl pan ydych chi'n cyflwyno papur, peidiwch bod ofn dweud, a dyma di'r materion sy'n bwysig. Bydd hynny'n helpu ni. Felly peidiwch yn bod ofn dweud, dyma adroddiad, mae o'n 10 tudalen, mae'n 20 tudalen, 100 tudalen, ond dyma'r 3 beth sy'n bwysig. Felly peidiwch yn bod ofn gwneud hynny, achos bydd yn help i gael y drafodaeth. Dwi'n meddwl mae pawb wedi cyfrannu'n dda iawn heddiw, ac da ni wedi cael trafodaethau gwerthfawr iawn. Dwi yn ailadrodd bob amser, mae rhaid i ni weithio mewn ffordd sydd yn mynd i gyfrannu at wella ein perfformiad wrth gwrs, ond wella gwasanaeth iechyd ar gyfer bobl dyn ni'n gwasanaethu ar draws y gogledd. Dyna di'r brif peth, dyna pam dyn ni yma. Mae rhaid ni atgoffa ni'n o hynny yn pob dim yn wneud. Rhywun arall rhyw sylwadau. Gareth,
I think I just want to build on that, and I do think it's important. I mean, it's difficult, you know, we always say we take papers as read, and you should do, even though there's an awful lot to read. But so I really just wanted to underline what you said. I think we just need constantly to remind ourselves that you don't need to go through the paper. You just need to sort of highlight the things that are on the top of your awareness. So sorry, just saying the same thing as you really, but I think that was, before you said it, I was just thinking, I should say that, because
great things, I think. Ursa, and then we'll bring you in.
Yeah, diolch. We have raised it and people have answered it, but I'd just like to emphasise how important it is that we get the primary and community care information at the board.
Yeah.
Because in terms of the public perception at the moment, we're only covering
absolutely.
a part of it.
Yeah. And our narrative is towards building up primary community care, isn't it? So if we say that, we've got to see it. So, and Steve's on the case. Rwy'n arall yn dod â Carol.
Yeah, just a brief thing from my point of view, which is the balance of the agenda. So we've started to get into that strategic direction, strategic planning, the programmes. I'm very grateful to members that you didn't get into the absolute weeds in the programmes. I think there'll be other places to do that, but we're at least now making a start in that arena. A bit more openly and publicly, so I thought that was good.
Brilliant. Before we come to confirming our next meeting, etc., I just want to thank everybody who's helped ensure the meeting has gone up smoothly today. All the IT team and Philippa and Pam. But in particular, Laura, believe it or not, Laura, who sat there in front of a laptop, is on holiday this week.
Couldn't have more fun.
And it's not Icelandic, no. So really, really grateful, Laura, for giving up the day of the holiday to come and help us and support the board. You know, that dedication we really appreciate. So thank you very much. Please take a day off and understand. But thank you very much indeed. It's much appreciated. Reit, unrhyw arall eisiau dweud rhywbeth? Na, felly ymlaen y cyfarfod nesa, dyddiad 6 o Fehefin 2025. A dwi'n credu byddwn ni'n derbyn y cyfrifon terfynol bryd hynny. Ie, dwi'n meddwl, yn tycant sicr. Ie. Dwi'n meddwl, neu os na gyfarfod arbennig, falle. Gyfarfod arbennig i dderbyn hynny. Ie, mae yna gyfarfod arall i dderbyn y cyfrifon, dwi'n meddwl braidd. Reit, da ni symud i eithriad wasg ar cyhoedd yn unol a deddwriaeth cyrff cyhoeddus 1960. Dwi'n cynnig felly bod ni'n gofyn i gynrychioli'r y wasg ac aelodau eraill y cyhoedd i adael y cyfarfod hwn gan ystyried bod ni'n symud i gyfarfod preifat i drafod busnes sydd yn gorfod cael i drafod mewn preifat oherwydd y posibilrwydd fod yna materion sydd yn niweidiol i buddiannau'r cyhoedd. Di pawb yn hapus i ni wneud hynny?